morning again. For the record, my name is Tanya Fernandes Anderson, the District 7 City Councilor. I am the chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Ways and Means. This hearing is being recorded. It is being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-TV and broadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and Files Channel 964. The Council's budget review process will encompass a series of public hearings beginning in April and running through June. We strongly encourage residents to take a moment to engage in this process by giving testimony for the record. You can do this in several ways. Attend one of the hearings and give public testimony. We will take public testimony at each departmental hearing and also at 2 hearings dedicated to public testimony. The full hearing schedule is on our website at boston.gov/council-budget. Our scheduled hearings dedicated to public testimony, one was on April 26th at 6 p.m. and the next one will be June 2nd at 6 p.m. You can give testimony in person here in the chamber or virtually via Zoom. For in-person testimony, please come to the chamber and sign up on the sheet near the entrance. For virtual testimony, you can sign up using our online form on our Council Budget Review website or by emailing the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov. When you are called to testify, please state your name, affiliation, and residence, and limit your comments to 2 minutes to ensure that all comments and concerns can be heard. Email your written testimony to the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov. Submit a 2-minute video of your testimony through a form on our website. For more information on the City Council budget process and how to testify, please visit the City Council's budget website at boston.gov/council-budget. Today's hearing is on dockets 0480 to 0482, orders for the FY23 operating budget, including annual appropriations for departmental operations for the school department and for the post-employment benefits, OPEB. Docket 0483, orders for capital fund transfer appropriations. Dockets 0484 to 0486, orders for the capital budget, including loan orders and lease purchase agreements. Dockets 0490 to 0491, orders for BPD revolving funds. Our focus area for this hearing will be Boston Police Department, BPD, Part 1, including Boston Commissioner's Office, Bureau of Professional Development, Bureau of Professional Standards, Bureau of Community Engagement, Bureau of Field Services, BPD revolving funds. Our panelists for today's hearing are at the table. Lisa O'Brien, Chief of Bureau of Administration and Technology, Chief BAT.
Yes.
James Tarantino, Deputy Superintendent. James? Victor Evans, Deputy Superintendent. Victor, good morning. Superintendent Jeffrey Walcott, Chief of Staff. Good morning. Available for questions are Sharon Dodden, Superintendent, BPS. David Caraman, Assistant Bureau Chief. It says BPS. BPD?
Bureau of Professional Standards.
Obviously. Is it BPD?
Oh, it's Bureau of Professional Services.
It says BPS. Are we good now?
Yep.
Thanks, ladies. Nora Bastian, Superintendent, BPD. Marcus Eddings, Superintendent, Details and Overtime. Okay. Lauro Dickerson, Division Director, BCE. or is it Laura? Sorry. Is it Laura? Miss Laura? Thank you. Let's correct that spelling. Jennifer, sorry, McConaughey, sorry.
McConaughey? Yes.
McConaughey? Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Director, Strategic Initiatives and Policies. Would you like to take a seat?
No, I'm doing the clicker here. For the
Oh, the clicker. Thank you. Okay. I am joined today by my colleagues, Counselor Kendra Lara, Counselor Michael Flaherty, Counselor Ruzi Lujan, Counselor Aaron Murphy, Counselor Kenzie Bach, Counselor Julia Mejia, Counselor Liz Braden, Counselor Brian Worrell, Counselor Frank Baker, and Counselor Ricardo Arroyo. Where's my favorite Counselor President? All right. He is here for every hearing. Quite sure has a super important reason not to be here yet. So without further ado, I just wanted to explain to you the format of this hearing and the time that we will allot for questions and answers. Basically, you will have a total of 20 minutes to present. Thereafter, I will turn to my colleagues for questioning. They will have each 8 minutes. It will be timed. You'll hear the timer go off. It's up to them to manage their time for questions and answering for first round. Then we'll go to public testimony. Each will be allowed 2 minutes for public testimony, and then we'll turn to round 2 and do another set of 8 minutes. And sometimes we'll go over. That just means that we'll notify the second group for the other hearing to come later. Should we feel that we have not gotten the answers that we need for these hearings, we have reserved time that we can call you for a third or a fourth until we feel that we have sufficient information, questions answered for us to review the budget. I don't have any opening statements, but I will allow 1 or 2 of my colleagues, if they have one, short of 2 minutes, opening statements if you have one, to go ahead before the presentation. All right? No opening statements? Okay. You have the floor for your presentation, 20 minutes, and ready when you are.
Good morning, Chair Fernandez-Anderson, the members and the members of the council for providing the opportunity for the Boston Police Department to present the priorities and how they relate to the fiscal year 2023's budget. We appreciate the work that's being done by all agencies, all city agencies, city officials, such as yourselves, Mayor Wu, and her leadership and commitment to public health and to public safety. Together, we all are making a difference for the residents of the city of Boston and visitors alike. We have a brief presentation this morning to include the overview of the organizational information about the department and the contents since there are several new members here of the council that may not be familiar with our organization. During this presentation and shortly thereafter, we'll be able to discuss last year's accomplishments and goals for this year and the budgeted highlights. Again, I just want to thank the opportunity for us collectively to have this time to explain and share the hard work that the men and women, both sworn and civilian of the Boston Police Department, and their commitment in making the city and the residents safer for all. If you could please look at the monitor above, we can go over the department's budget, the department overview. I will not read this all verbatim, but the department is responsible for public safety in the city in partnership with the fire, EMS, and emergency management. The Boston Police Department is dedicated to working in partnership with the community to fight crime, reduce fear, and improve the quality of life in our neighborhoods. Our mission is community policing. The department is very effective in crime and violent prevention due to the coordinated intelligence and data-driven analysis that focuses resources on the people and places driving violence. This capability is also critical in protecting the city from terrorism and other threats of public safety. Some key elements, I won't read them entirely, and we can follow through at your leisure and your speed on the monitors. The Boston model of intelligent-led community policing focuses on engagement, problem solving, extensive partnership at the neighborhoods and a citywide level, emphasis on prevention, strategic focus, interventions in those driving violence and at most risk, connecting individuals and families with resources, belief in second chances, diversion programs, reentry, also known as citizens returning home, and restorative justice. Culture and restraint, de-escalation, and professionalism is paramount. The police department structure is a paramilitary organization, and as you can see here, the commissioner appoints the command staff to include the superintendent-in-chief, superintendents, and deputy superintendents. Generally, superintendents are bureaus of specific, chiefs of specific bureaus, along with their deputies who are assistant bureau chiefs. We have the civil service rank structure of captain and captain detective, lieutenant detective, sergeant detective, police officer, and detective. Throughout the city, we have 11 police district stations, each led by a district captain. In total, we have 11 bargaining units, both sworn and civilian. All 4 sworn unions are currently working without a contract, and I believe that's what I know about that. If you look on the right-hand side, our complement as of the 4th of May, we have 2,908 employees, 2,088 of which are sworn, 692 are civilian. And currently we have a recruit class of 128 recruits. Strong partnerships with local and state and federal agencies are critical to public safety in Boston. And the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, the BRIC, is the fusion center for the Metro Boston region. Mutual aid agreements with other cities and towns surrounding Boston generally assist when we have incidents of civil unrest or other large-scale incidences that require additional support. On to the next page, we have the Boston Police organizational chart. And I'll just read off the top, beginning with the police commissioner, with the Bureau of Professional Standards, also known as Internal Affairs, reports directly to the police commissioner. The Chief of Staff, Labor Relations, the Hearing Officer, and Research and Development also reports directly to the police commissioner. The Superintendent-Chief, a very responsible, heavy-laden position, has the remaining bureaus and divisions under his command. It's currently Chief Greg Long. And as you can see, there's different bureaus here, the Bureau of Field Services and all the other associated divisions in units under that bureau: the Bureau of Investigative Services, the Bureau of Professional Development, the Bureau of Administrative and Technology, and the Bureau of Intelligence and Analysis, and lastly, the Bureau of Community Engagement. So a few stats here for 2021 for our accomplishments. Considerable progress on police reform, the policies, rules, and training, data dashboards, the post-compliance, etc. The continued decrease in crime and violence, with a corresponding decrease in arrests. This indicates that the community policing and prevention works. As you can see, the different percentages on the change in the stats relative to the previous year. And then we have innovation and extended police community outreach and engagement, continued innovation and expansion initiatives to connect with people and services and opportunities, and focused deployment of resources to impact players most involved with gun violence and getting guns off the street. And I'd like to point out that 833 guns were taken off the street and 602 firearms-related arrests were made. Goals moving forward, as you see, we're going to coordination with the Mayor's Office, city agencies, and community on response and recovery related to the COVID-19 as needed, prevention and reduction or reduced crime and violence, police reform to include the posts and the PAC requirements and goals there, engaging with the community, which I personally believe is required so that we can move forward collectively in trying to resolve some of the outstanding issues that we see in some of our neighborhoods. Moving on, connection to services, timely and effective response to crime and calls for service, support employees' health and wellness and safety, which is, again, crucial because during the COVID pandemic, we showed up to work every day. When the 911 calls were placed, we showed up to the calls and we did our best to provide services. And just like the rest of the city, the nation, and the world, we brought COVID homes to our families and friends. The last page here, or the second last page here, I'm going to refer to the Chief of the Bureau of Administration and Technology, Lisa O'Brien, and she can continue on with the budget highlights. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, councilors. If I may, it does feel good to be back in person after 2 long years. I want to say that our budget is very generous. That was afforded to us by Mayor Wu. We are reflecting a $396 million budget for fiscal year 23. It's a decrease of 4.26 million percent, or 1.1% decrease. It's very robust. It includes a new recruit class going into the academy in October-November timeframe of fiscal year 22 of 125 new recruits. It also is includes a very robust cadet program, which will further diversify the police department. The cadet program is very successful, and it represents all individuals from all our neighborhoods in the city of Boston. It also includes an additional $1.4 million to our body camera project, which will allow every sworn officer to be outfitted with a body-worn camera. Right now, our patrol force is currently in a 2-to-1 ratio for body-worn cameras. Additionally, in our budget is also another $1 million for a detective's exam and the start of another civil service promotional exam, which will further diversify our police force. We also were afforded a new assistant corporation counsel along with the legal assistant to further expand our public records department. We're very grateful to our budget that Mayor Wu has presented to us. And it's very robust, but I also want to point out it also includes $1.5 million for the co-response best clinician program that we currently have at the Boston Police Department. With respect to capital projects, if I can just highlight on a few, I'm proud to say that A7 will be opening up, hopefully late spring, early summer. It's state-of-the-art facility. If you hadn't had the opportunity to take a look at it, you should. We have several studies going on right now looking at our existing facilities and the capacity to see if there's room for an increase in space and renovation. We're currently expanding our existing forensic facility located on the 3rd floor of Boston Police Headquarters. I'd like to mention that our occupational health unit is moving into a new area in the 1st floor of headquarters that has been converted to a state-of-the-art unit, which will be there to take appointments and evaluate our officers that are currently out injured. We are also doing a study to further take a look at expanding or having a new 911 backup center. Right now we have one at Fire Alarm, but we need something that's more robust and that would be able to host the 911 call center in the event there was a crisis or an emergency. And that's the remaining of our presentation.
If I could, ma'am, add just one other comment that if at any time that we're not able to answer a question or answer it completely, we will certainly follow up and provide that information to you, to each individual via the established routing protocol. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the commissioners and the superintendents for coming here today. I'm going to start my line of questioning with just questions about the presentation that you just gave us. So there is a word on the presentation where you said intelligence-led community policing. Can you talk more about that? What do you consider intelligence? Where do you get this intelligence from, and how does it inform your community policing?
I will refer to David Carabin, if you can come forward, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Good morning, counselors.
Good morning.
Can you hear me? There it is. Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much for the question. My name is David Carabin. I serve as the Assistant Bureau Chief of the Bureau of Intelligence and Analysis and the Director of the Boston Regional Intelligence Center. To succinctly provide an answer to that question is to say that intelligence-led policing is policing that is driven by data analysis that's conducted. When we talk in terms of the word intelligence, it's not like what you see in the movies. Rather, intelligence is the product of analyzed information that is used for decision-making. So in our case, we gather information from Boston Police Department's record systems. So these are lawfully collected records that come in the form of incident reports and such, arrest reports, things of that nature, combined with information that's provided to us, to any members of the police department from the community. So the combination of working closely with community partners, coupled with analyzed information to identify problem areas, hot spots, individuals that are engaged frequently in criminal activity, given the nature of the information that is coming in, that helps drive the decision-making of the police department.
Thank you so much. And so we know a lot about how data is collected in the city and everything that we know about over-policing, not just in Boston, but in the city. And so there is an opportunity there for kind of the snake to be eating its own tail in the sense that you're over-collecting data from one, over-policing certain neighborhoods. And so how do you, if at all, try to mitigate and balance out that when you're making decisions?
Training and education. So our analysts that work up in the brick are trained on methodologies to leave out bias. Our officers on the street are trained to collect and write reports given the nature of the laws and the rules and procedures of the police department. We thoroughly vet information that comes in, so we don't just take hearsay as the gospel of what is actually going on in the street. We're very, very careful. We have a very robust privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties protection policy. It's a requirement of the existence of our operation, and our personnel are all trained to the standards and the rules of that procedure.
Thank you so much. Can you consider this my formal request through the chair to share the civil rights policy with the council, please?
Yes, ma'am, it is actually posted publicly. If you go to the bpdnews.com website, it is provided under our bureau, but we will happily send that forward to you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. My second question is that based on crime is down on every measure that you have presented in your presentation, but arrests are only down 3%. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I refer to Bureau Chief, Assistant Bureau Chief.
State the question again, ma'am?
Crime is down in the double digits for all the measures that you presented here, but arrests are only down 3%. Can you talk a little bit about what you think that?
Well, that would indicate that, to me, that would indicate that the strategy the districts are using are effective. It's not requiring as many arrests. I think it's as simple as that.
Can you say more about that?
Well, you know, some of it is conjecture, some of it is based on
That's fine.
patterns, but if you arrest the right persons, it has an exponential effect. For example, the gang unit specifically targets repeat offenders in firearm violence. If you arrest a person that is a second or third time offender with firearm violence, his arrest has an exponential effect because you might be responsible for 5 or 10 shootings. So if you're targeting the right persons, you're going to have better effects with less effort and less arrests.
And you said that some of that might be conjecture, so do you know
Well,
what
some
data
of
we
it
do
is
have?
fact. For example, the gang unit is 2.9% of the entire patrol force. Yet it accounts for 32% of all firearm arrests in the city of Boston. And a significant amount of those that they arrest are repeat offenders. So you match those arrests against a given hotspot or a district, and if crime is going down in conjunction with those arrests, then the conclusion is obviously that they're arresting the right people, and that's having a positive effect.
Okay, thank you. You talked a little bit about the investments that you're making in diversifying the police department, and we're spending a lot of resources on diversifying the force. Can you talk a little bit about what the positive impacts we've seen on public safety in connection to that investment?
I'd like to point out that not only it's diverse in our workforce, but it's also having a diverse workforce represents the neighborhoods in which they serve, which I think is great. For example, I give you the Cadet program. There isn't one neighborhood that's not impacted or that's not represented from the Cadet program that we currently have. It's a great program. They're all a bunch of great kids, but those kids, or I should say young adults, will be the future of our police department, and that represents all the neighborhoods in which we currently serve. Not to mention the last few classes that we currently had in the academy has been very diverse. This one that we currently have is the most diverse class that we've had in the history of the department. I'd want to point out there's 38 women in this class, and so that just further highlights how diverse it is, but further highlights the representation for the city of Boston in which they serve.
So you're saying that the increased diversity ultimately makes it easier to kind of implement your community policing model because people look more like the people in their neighborhoods, but you don't necessarily have any data about how that has impacted public safety. So it does have it seems like what you're saying is that it has a positive impact on your ability to do community policing, but we don't have any data on whether or not it's impacting the safety of the people in the neighborhoods.
I mean, as far as stats on community policing, I would have to refer that over to the Bureau of Community Engagement. But I just think that representation of all the neighborhoods just is a positive effect for everyone, for both safety purposes, for relationship purposes, engagement purposes. I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm just, for the record, want to be clear that I'm not arguing against diversifying the force. Just wanted to see, what we're seeing, like what are some of the positive impacts that we can.
I think that would be a fair assessment, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. Madam Chair, how much time do I have? 2 more minutes. Thank you so much. So I have 2 questions about capital. How much of the American Rescue Plan funds are being planned for the Boston Police Department? Do you know if there are any past federal relief funds that were used for the Boston Police Department?
I don't know, Counselor, but I will gladly provide that information when I get back to my office. I don't have that information available right now.
Thank you so much. The capital budget includes funding for studies about space requirements for the Boston Police Department, particularly around B3, E18. and the Police Academy. Is the Boston Police Department planning major construction or renovation?
Yes, there's studies being conducted or studies in our capital budget to look at each facilities, as you mentioned, E18, the Police Academy, and B3, to see if there's any chance of expanding the existing space, or basically is it enough to equip the officers and meet the needs of our current police force. Those studies have either started or are going to be underway on those three.
And we'll know the cost of what that looks like once the studies are finalized ultimately.
That I don't know. What will happen when you bring in a study, they'll actually do a construction analysis. That's when we bring in public facilities, and then they'll do their work as far as what the estimated cost would be to either renovate the facility and expand the facility or recommend a new facility altogether. But that comes in later once the study is completed. Public facilities basically conducts what they call a SIPR, which is just an analysis of the existing space and determine whether or not it's needed, capacity renovation, but that'll be all facilitated through public facilities within City Hall.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
I think my timer is about to go off, so I'll leave my questions for the next round. Thank you all, I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Chair, and obviously thanks to the Boston Police Department for being here and for the great work that you guys do 24/7, 365 days a year on behalf of the residents of the city. And it's always good to see the Deputy Superintendent, both Deputy Superintendents, of course, and the Bureau of Administration Technology and Superintendent Jeff Walcott. So a couple things. Want to recognize, or at least opine, that we have the best community policing model in the country. We are the envy of the country. I talked to counterparts across the country who all talk about the great work that we do with respect to our community policing, the relationships that the Boston Police Department has built in our communities. In many instances, our commissioners are more often than not the most popular public servants and arguably public officials in the city, and that goes to our current acting Commissioner Long, to Commissioner Gross, to Commissioner Evans, right down the line of commissioners and as well as the captains in the community service offices. I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Nora Bastian and the great work that she did in her previous capacity, building those relationships, sustaining those relationships, and it's a difference maker for us when we're in partnership with the community, with the civic associations, with the community groups, with the crime watch groups, with the local elected officials. And frankly, we see you guys everywhere. And I just want to let that be known that we appreciate that effort, and we know that it's paying results on a day-to-day basis across the city. Want to talk about whether or not we have enough sworn officers to keep up with out of duty due to either injuries, medical leave, or pending retirements. Are we keeping up with attrition? And what's the average class size, the recruit class size over the last few years?
Well, I could answer the question on attrition. I think the question on recruits would probably go to professional development, but sir, to date, our personnel losses from January to May have been 100 officers. So that's 61 patrol officers, 9 detectives, and 30 supervisors for 100. The last class we graduated with was 87, so no, the answer would be no.
So just off the mark. And then, given that we lose academy recruits in the beginning, is there a cutoff point, say like 2 weeks in, someone breaks an ankle, or someone, tears an Achilles, or maybe there's a family issue at home that they have to drop out of the academy? Do we have the ability, because we've paid for the recruit investigation, the background checks, all that, do we have the ability to backfill the academy within a relatively short period of time, maybe 2 to 3, 3 to 4 weeks, that allows that cadet recruit to catch up, so we don't lose the slot that we've paid for?
No, we don't have enough time to backfill. That's always a question that's raised in bureau chiefs, and the first 2 days are so critical in the academy, and obviously Superintendent Bastian could probably speak to it better than I could, that they've done it in the past and it wasn't successful. But I would like to point out that the people that did fall out of the academy last time as a result of an injury were asked back in this next class. They were invited back. They obviously had to go through another very small interview with recruit investigations. They did have to pass the MPTC ROC. However, they didn't have to go through some of the other rigors such as the PAT and the medical and the psych. And I want to say that of the 21 or 22 we asked back, 12 were interested, and as a result of the academy, I think 7 entered this class. That was from last class.
Okay. And do we still see, and one of the suggestions I had was making sure that we have our police academy running at the same time as our fire academy, for the simple reason we were seeing jumping. We were seeing police recruits jumping to midway through the academy to the fire department. Are we still seeing that trend? And can we coordinate it so that our police and fire are going on at the same time so we don't have the leapfrogging from one to the other?
We are still seeing the leapfrogging, and I personally, and I don't know if it would work or not, but it would be something to look at to see if they could enter at the same time. I believe we lost 23.
Well, we lost 14 in February, but they're already through the academy. We lost them to the Boston Fire.
I mean, think about each in per, sort of per head, if you will. It's probably what, the $35,000, $40,000 commitment investment, recruit investigation, background check, drug testing, the test, all that stuff. So from a fiduciary responsibility standpoint, I really think that we need to address that issue with having, losing 14 cadets from the police department to jump into the fire academy when we've already sort of paid and to have them fully, vetted. It's money going down the drain, and that's an easy fix. It's just having the police department coordinate with the fire department when the academies go on. We in Boston have the ability to walk and chew gum at the same time. No doubt about it. We can carry on 2 academies for police and fire who they're not even near each other. One's out at Moon Island and the other one's in Hyde Park. That would be my recommendation as a council here to reduce the number of jumping from academy. I want to just dive in a little bit on the overtime. How many mandated shifts for lack of coverage do we have across each district, each day, each shift? And are we thinking about sort of changing sort of staffing levels to reduce the mandate for overtime? I talked to men and women on the street, and it's the forced overtime, particularly in the hot spots, particularly in the summer months.
Well, I mean, I can talk about staffing first, if you like, sir.
Please.
So presently, no district is at minimum staffing levels. For example, A1 minimum staffing is 134. Even if you count in their MIS or they're sick and injured, they're at 123. So they're 11 short officers, and that is true of all the districts. All the districts are not at minimum staffing levels. And as I said, that includes or counts in persons that are sick. We're not saying that they're not at minimum staffing because they're sick or injured, if that makes sense.
Okay. And the average 911 calls we get each year?
How many do we have, sir?
Yeah, the number of 911 calls that come in on average every year, and those that require and the percentage of those that require a police response.
I don't know what the number of 911 calls are.
It's got to be probably in the vicinity of over 750, almost 800,000.
Sure. I don't have that number.
Okay. If we could get that, if we could just get the number of 911 calls that come in, and it dovetails into what are we doing to support our 911 dispatches? If someone can direct me to the line item here, I know that they're overworked, and I don't know whether or not we're sort of treating them with dignity and respect. I know that there's some health and wellness issues that we're not addressing, but can someone point me to a line item where we're bolstering our 911 dispatches to the point of, so that they have sufficient staffing, so they get to take a day off, so they get to debrief, so that they get to get some time and attention to their health and well-being. Oftentimes, I think they get lost in the shuffle of the bigger ticket items. So I want to give this budget an opportunity to give a shout out to our 911 dispatchers. What are we doing to support them? How are we enhancing their great work in this budget?
If I may?
Yes, please. I'll follow up with a couple of statements.
So Councilor, it's not lack of staffing or lack of positions in terms of headcount and what we have in the budgets. It's trying to attract individuals to join the Boston Police Department,
Right.
be call takers and dispatchers.
I know, just interject, I know we lose them to higher paying jobs, but also the schedule is kind of funky, so they don't get weekends off.
No, they don't, and
that's a problem.
That's also one of a long-term solution that we proposed. But one of the issues that this is going across the nation, that all call centers, big and small, are in the same predicament as the city of Boston. It started with the pandemic, and it's just exacerbated over the last couple of years. So it's not lack of budgeting positions in our operating budgets, it's trying to get those positions. We did present a proposal Two, the Office of Budget Management, and to discuss what we think we could do is for the short term, and what we think would be a great benefit to the folks in 911 on the long term. But again, those long-term proposals would have to go through collective bargaining, but we did propose short-term to say, let's look at their current positions, let's look at what they are paid, is their pay equal that the job that they do, because it's very critical, their position that they do. They're the first person you talk to when you have a 911 emergency or need a call for assistance. But also take a look at those positions. So that is a proposal that we have presented just recently. We also conducted a study, an audit through Critical Mission that we completed. The audit's available for everyone to view. It's pretty intense and cumbersome, and the folks at Critical Mission who conducted the audit would welcome the opportunity to present some of their findings and recommendations for a more futuristic 911 call center.
I appreciate that, Lisa, and I would like to kind of put a little more attention into that, because I think they're very, and not just for police, but for fire and EMS, they're completely taxed, and we're losing good quality people for either higher paying jobs or just for the simple fact that they don't get a weekend off. It's insanity. So thank you. Superintendent, you want to follow up on that? I appreciate it.
Yes, so a couple of things that are crucial in our 911 call center is the pay that is offered to these employees are probably not on par with the cost of living here in the city of Boston. A lot of the call takers, like yourself, I speak with from time to time, they either still live at home with their parents or grandparents, or trying to make ends meet with their families, and they're just not able to do it. They're just not able to do it. And so when we have these employment forms and employment postings, the pay and is one thing, and the employees, the potential employees that we attract, unfortunately, I'm not sure of the specific reason, they're not, a lot of them not able to pass some of our testing requirements, our typing test requirements, and our cognitive task analysis solution of multitasking on the phone, typing, communicating with other members up there, and we're having a difficult time of recruiting individuals to meet that first benchmark.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Lujan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the members of BPD for being here today. Just to dovetail off of, I think, a question that Councilor Flaherty started asking, and it's also included in your presentation, you state that there are efficiencies that are brought down over time. Can you explain what those efficiencies are?
How much, are you asking me, ma'am?
Or whoever is able to answer the question.
I'm sorry, reference that one more time, please.
In the presentation, it
Yep.
states, I don't know if you discussed it today, but the presentation included a statement that, I think it was in the addendum. There was an addendum that included additional information, and it said that there are some efficiencies that have brought down over time.
Lisa, you address that, some of the, I don't see the, you see the addendum?
Is it on our presentation?
Does anyone have it in front of them?
Yeah.
The presentation is the addendum. There you go. You know what, I'll find it, and second round of questions, we can, but it's in the addendum, and I will.
Thank you.
Something what I do have the reference for is that so just to clarify, my understanding was that, crime is down, but actual arrests are up. But then I heard, my colleague ask a question and the explanation, so I just wanted to understand, is our arrests up or down right now compared to last year? Because when on our budget book, on page 233, it says for total arrest, For actual 2020, 4,758. Actual 2021, 5,323. Approximate for 2022, 5,954 and 6,000.
Well, I think as far as the stats go, the BRIC could verify one way or the other.
Yeah, I just want clarity in terms of our arrest, because it changes it. I was thinking maybe crimes are down, arrests are up. But the explanation you gave is
Well, I would say, I don't have
contradict
the
that.
stats in front of me, but long-term arrests are down. I mean, if you look over the past 10 years, I would certainly say arrests are down. But I don't have those stats in front of me, and I can't speak to last year to this year. I don't know.
Did anyone in your team, any one of your panelists come prepared with stats or data, or do you need a laptop to access that information for us?
I'm sorry, Counselor, but could you reference that page on the budget that you're referring to? I would like to point out that the performance measures that were included in the counselor packet and the performance measures that we mentioned are highlighted in our presentation. One is on calendar year and one is on fiscal year, so that might be a slight area where there might be a discrepancy.
Okay. I mean, when you present the information to us and there's that discrepancy, it's hard for us to figure out what's happening. So if there could be some sort of if I'm going based off of these numbers, arrests are up.
What page is that you're referring to?
233. I'm on a timer, so I just want to continue on to my other questions, and we can return to this in the second round. Another question I have is about building trust and the work that we're doing. The BPD is. Oh, do you have some answers?
I have the most up-to-date statistics as of Monday. So year to date, our arrests are up 18%. It's a 327 number change, but we are still substantially down compared to the 5-year average. So we're well down. So
Okay.
what we tend to see are ebbs and flows in the crime statistics throughout the year. So right now we're showing a bit of a year-to-date increase, but those changes happen on a weekly basis.
So I'm wondering, how does that change the assessment of what that means for arrests to be up and crimes to be down?
I don't think it changes what I stated before at all. I mean, last year was a year where we were still dealing with COVID, so you didn't have as much activity as you have in a normal year. And I would agree with that assessment. I was thinking more 10 years, but certainly the last 5 years, arrests have gone down. I think last year's an off year. I don't think you can base anything really on that. People weren't out as much. It wasn't as active as it normally is. I think you really have to go back to 2019 to get a feel for the actual patterns, the actual crime patterns or activity. And the same is true for demonstrations, we'll set that aside, but for other activities such as special events. You really have to go back to 2019 because we had a vacuum until this year, and now all of that is coming back. So we're seeing patterns that we were used to that are coming back now because of COVID, because of the lack of activity and people not being out as much last year. So I think if you take the snapshot of last year, I think it's incorrect.
Okay, thank you. It'd be great if, when we are presented information, that it's, we have the most up-to-date numbers so that we are not under the impression that arrests, if in fact they're up, that we know that they're up, or if they're down. But I'm just going to move on to the question about building trust between BPD and community, especially after so many investigations. We know the Patrick Rose incident, where BPD has been really as slow as molasses to really investigate wrongdoing within BPD itself. What are the things being done? We know that OPAT, and we're hoping that OPAT is able to really grow into its power. What is the BPD doing to really make sure that community members, that there's trust there with who's actually out on our streets?
So I could begin to say that as a result of the recent police reform, to include the post and OPAC, that the department has become more transparent in providing information and stats more readily available than they had in the past, by including a number of dashboards which provides information on crime statistics, criminal investigations and internal affairs complaints. I will refer to Ms. McCarney, Ms. Jen, and she's been instrumental on working with all those agencies and providing that data to be more transparent. Could you explain more?
Morning. In addition to what the superintendent said about our new BPD Accountability and Transparency webpage, where we have 8 dashboards that are interactive, we also on that page, we post updates on police reform and what the things that we've done and new policies that we've issued. We have done a number of revised rules and new policies in the past year or so, including updating our bias-free policing policy and our transgender policy. We've revised the gang assessment database rule, revised our domestic violence rules, both the domestic violence rule for investigating incidents that involve citizens and incidents that involve a BPD employee.
And then, because I'm in limited time, just one question. I know that there's also been a very slow problem here. A part of it is a public records request. So what has BPD done? What are you doing to make sure that the public is able to access information? And then I have one more question, so like a short answer to that. So.
You have public records.
Well, in regards to public records requests, the police department is inundated with requests that we don't have the bandwidth, resources, or the time to effectively meet the 10-day turnaround period. It's just impossible. We've been in good negotiations and talks with the hall in regards of establishing a records request bureau to properly staff the bureau and equip the bureau, fund the bureau, because we just can't do it. And we have one person who manages, the last time she reported to me over, 1,200, 1,500 requests. And each request has to go out to each individual bureau head and down to their assistants and the individual divisions and units to mine and marshal that information, and we just can't do it. Unfortunately, we've been sued because we haven't been able to provide a timely response, but our hands are tied. So we're doing the best we can, but we need support and we need bodies.
Thank you so much. My final question is going to be just in terms of the idea about crime prevention, and you mentioned the community policing, and I see Superintendent Vasson back there and all the incredible work that she's done. I'm curious what your thoughts are on the role of, there's been like robust studies that show that, the strength of a nonprofit or nonprofits in our communities correlate with a reduction in violent crime. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the role that nonprofits can play, do play to reduce violent crime, and how you see and how BPD works with them.
We actually have several grants that work with our nonprofits in our communities. One is the Shannon Grant that's been awarded to us through the Emergency Executive Office of Public Safety from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We went out for an RFP back in 2015, and quite a few nonprofits responded. These nonprofits are very engaged in their communities, so they're very interested in preventing violence, but offering programs to youth, offer programs to youth to prevent them from going down the wrong path, which would be job employment, training. There's a wide breadth of nonprofits throughout the city that roll under the Shannon Grant. The Shannon Grant annually was $1.8 million Last year, it's now 1.6 million. There's another grant that we have from the Executive Office of Health and Human Services from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's called the Safe and Successful Youth Initiative. There are 14 cities participating in this program through the state, and basically it focuses on young adults from the ages of 17 to 24. Some of them might be have gang affiliations or basically going down the wrong path, but this grant is 1.1 million, and it takes about 120 of these young adults and puts them in transition programs, whether it's training, employment, or getting them the services that they need to make them more of a person that's going to contribute to the community in which they live. We are constantly looking at grants that would further help the communities in which we serve, but those two are big ones for us, which is the Shannon and the SSYI. Quite a few nonprofits. I can share the nonprofits that are under the Shannon grant, along with those contributors under the SSYI grant, and there are many others as well.
That'd be great, thank you. And I will make sure you guys get the copy of the appendix about reduction in overtime, so that we can respond to those questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lujan. I don't know if I heard an answer to my question. Do you feel either that you need a computer to access information, that you are prepared to answer data questions today? Would you like access to a computer so you can access it? We just want to make sure that you have what you need in order to answer the questions.
I'm not sure if that's going to be, we appreciate the offer, but I think with the time constraints, we're mostly prepared best we can, and we can, if there's, again, questions that we're not able to provide at this time, we'll be more than happy to provide them expeditiously through the established means. But if you like, we can set up, but I think that it would be a little bit counterproductive right now in this form. So we'll move forward if you don't mind. And
I'm sorry, you said, what about counterproductive?
I think setting up a laptop and accessing information, it may not be
The best use of your time?
Exactly. Thank you.
No worries.
Like making a copy from
Okay. There's a chair over there, if any of you that is going to answer questions most frequently. If you can sit, you can join the panelists if you like. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you for being here. I want to first thank you all for keeping our city safe and showing up every day, day and night, but especially your commitment during COVID-19. When all of you were working on the front line, that didn't go unnoticed, so thank you for that. And I also want to make sure that I congratulate Superintendent Baston on your recent move from the Bureau of Community Engagement, where I loved following you and seeing you there, to the Bureau of Professional Development. I know you'll do great work there, but I do want to say, and I'll know you'll continue, but the relationships you make with our children and families are life-saving, so thank you. And I know many of your colleagues do the same, but I see you doing that, and thank you for that. I always say that I only know what I know, and I also take my responsibility as an at-large city councilor very seriously. And I make it a priority to visit all the city departments to learn, especially now that we're in budget season and understanding what your job is. So I did a ride-along with A1, and I spent from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. driving around with the police and seeing what a typical shift looks like. I toured the 911 center and saw firsthand how dedicated and professional, despite being so overworked and stressful and understaffed, these employees are. And I also visited the Bureau of Intelligence and Analysis at the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, and I definitely learned more about what you do and how that work with cities and towns helps us here. So as a single mom raising my family here in Dorchester, public safety matters to me, as I know it does to all residents across the neighborhoods in the city of Boston. And we talk a lot about delivering constituent services and making sure quality of life issues are at the forefront, and I do that as a counselor, and it's definitely something that is important to everyone who lives here in the city. So I'm going to go through some of my questions. I think I'll just read through them. They're not too long, and then if whoever can answer best. I believe community policing works, and we are definitely a national model in that. What additional investments have we made? I hear a lot of neighbors wanting more of the bike patrols, so maybe that's something we could look at. Are we increasing that program? Also, the Cadet program is definitely a huge success and has opened the door to many city kids on the path to a career in the Boston Police. Will we be investing more? I know we have a group there, but also, are we going to be hiring more police? Because we know there's a definite correlation of alleviating forced overtime and the amount of money we spend on that and having enough police. Also, to the 911 dispatchers, I do want to recognize that Council Mahir and other colleagues have recently filed an order to look more closely at the salaries we offer our city employees, and 911 dispatchers would be that. And are we paying them enough? And I'm a big supporter of the residency requirement, but at the same time, we're not paying many of our city employees enough money to be able to live here in the city. So what supports do you think we can do here on the council to support their work environment? And I know we've talked before like about the structure of their work, supporting the unions they work with. So those are my questions for now, if people want to answer some of them.
Ma'am, on the citywide bike unit, what we've done is we've had the citywide bike unit train, and the citywide bike unit is a department asset. It's not allocated to any specific district. It's a specialized unit. What we've used that unit to do is to conduct training for district bike officers and the MPTC patrol bike course, as well as outside agencies. We've trained Quincy, Newton, Wellesley, Brookline, et cetera, to increase the amount of bike officers at the district level and the capability of the city at large. And as well, we're working on developing contracts to maintain the bikes, get more uniforms and helmets for the additional bike officers that we have.
With respect to adding more offices, and our current budget for fiscal year 23 has a class plan for the end of October, early November, which was basically, there's probably gonna be maybe a 2-3 week break for the academy folks before a new class goes in. It's 125. We work constantly with the Office of Budget Management to make sure that the class sizes, which we're at capacity at the academy, is also keeping up with the attrition that we're seeing as officers get older and go forth to retire. All of us know how successful the cadet program is, that an additional 40 cadets have been added to our budget for fiscal year 23, and they truly are, they're a great group of young people, and they are set for a career path as a Boston police officer, so that's in our budget as well.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I'm all set.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
We're just waiting. Thanks so much, Madam Chair, and thanks to the department. Lisa, I wanted to jump in on a couple of the things that we were all talking about last year. So one is that, that swell in the officers out on medical leave. And I think it would be helpful for the council, this is an information request through the chair, to get sort of the 6 or 7 year look back on that, because it's really, as I recall with the data, we really saw a huge jump kind of in FY 2019, and then we've been hovering up at that line for a while. And I think that because the snapshot in the council book is a 3 year look back, it doesn't necessarily show that we're at this we continue to be at this really elevated level. So I think it'd be great to have that data, but I also wondered when we met, I think last year, you guys talked about getting 153 people off of that list, and there was and there was a conversation we had as a council about how you were going to do that and how many per month and the special medical unit and all of that, and so where are we on that?
So we've instituted quite a few policies in the occupation of health, which we think have been successful. I'd like to point out that we are getting our officers back to work. As of May 12th, we're at 201 out injured, which is pretty substantial in comparison to where we were this time last year. But I want to point out that's a net number. So although we're getting officers back, and you can see it, if I had a calendar to show you, can see 4 came back last night, but 5 went out. So we're down 1. So it's a net number. So we are getting them back, we're getting officers in every 2 weeks for follow-ups. Whether or not we bring them in, they're like, well, I just was there 2 weeks ago, no, you're coming back. We also have a policy that we have at the front desk for those officers to say these are the expectations while you're on MIS, on injured leave. You know, you report to your appointments all times. If you need to request vacation or time off, you have to request permission like you would at any other district. We did add a doctor to our medical staff, and we also added a PA. Unfortunately, our doctor just resigned this week due to other commitments, so we are in looking for another doctor. Our hope is to obtain an orthopedic surgeon background, because most of our injuries are orthopedic in nature. We've also made aggressive efforts to get those that have been on our books for an extended period of time through up to the retirement board. So, you know, after a year goes by and we think that officer's not going to come back, we start talking retirement to them. But also, once that paperwork goes up to the retirement board, it's another process that they have to follow up there. So although they still might be shown on the books, we are making efforts to try to get them off the books, but it still could be another couple of years before they actually go through the accidental disability retirement process. We have seen successes. We've seen some setbacks, you know, by losing the doctor. But I think it's important to say that we're at 201, but I want to stress that's a net number, because unfortunately, as many officers come back and you see the order come out every day or daily, weekly, you'll see the order also come out for those going into MIS that have injuries sustained while working.
Yeah, so I think it'd be great for us to get as granular of a look at that, because as you say, right, I mean, it sounds like if we're at 201, you've maybe gotten more than 100 folks off, but then other folks have come back on. I mean, it'd just be helpful for the council to understand.
There's a calendar. I wish I actually had it, but it's a calendar. You can see like they're reds and blues. So the reds are the ones that go out, and the blues, but it's a very colorful calendar because, you know, it's a net number, and some days we're up and some days we're down. So they are getting them back, and we're concentrating by getting them back by follow-ups, case management, every 2 weeks, giving them, you know, telling them to come in. It has been extremely helpful that we're not doing telemedicine now, that they're actually physically coming in, because during COVID, we were restricted with who could come in the building, so we were doing telemedicine, but it's much more helpful, and that we're actually requiring them, that, you know, if you didn't come in with the records that we requested, go home and get them, because that's what we've requested, and that's part of your role in our occupational health unit.
Yeah, no, and so it'd just be great to get, because I think obviously the goal was to get that set point down lower. There's always going to be some flow, but to get it back to at least the kind of pre-2019 front. On overtime, can you remind me where we landed? I have this number somewhere in my head, but where we landed on overtime last year at the end of the fiscal year? The actual.
Bear with me for 1 second, please.
51200.
We ended at 68.2 million in overtime. Was our actual fiscal year 21 expense.
60.2, you said?
68.2.
68.2, okay. And so do you think in terms of, so budgeted for overtime this year was like 44, and then we're already up another 9.5 over that? And if I assume that we're just, if I assume that I just prorate that across another quarter, it would suggest that which depends, right, on whether that's accurate. But like if I did that, then we'd be at kind of like 52.5, something. Like where do you think we're going to land, basically, is what I'm asking.
I think we're probably going to land pretty close to where we landed last year. I want to point out that extended tours, which is our discretionary portion of our overtime, is extremely down. So we have made efforts to try to get the overtime down, but it's the replacement costs right now that is heavily weighted on our overtime. And I just think until we get our officers back to work or get more officers coming in through the academy, we're not going to see that number go down. But I also want to point out it's slightly up from last year. I think we're up 6.6% over last year. But also, too, some of what we're seeing is obviously special events are coming back, which weren't in our actuals last year. But I'd also like to point out that overtime costs with mass and cast have increased 20% compared to last year. We're probably going to hit anywhere between 5 and 6 million in that area. So, you know, coupled with the increase in special events going on and the replacement costs, I think we might hit where we were last year, but I would like to point out, as far as discretionary overtime, we are down considerably compared to prior years.
And that was obviously why we were so focused on this replacement with the issue of getting that, because it's, if you get 100 officers back on the line, it makes a huge difference.
Huge difference.
Yeah, so that's why I think it would really be helpful for the council to have the actual numbers on what our net has been since last year and to understand how much we're succeeding in driving that down. I'm slightly confused by the numbers, I guess, because I have in front of me from you guys that, we budgeted 44 for overtime. We're coming in at 54 right now. That's obviously only for 3/4 of the year. So it would be one thing for us to kind of land up at, at 58. I don't quite see how we're getting back to 68, just based on your current. Just based on the current numbers that you guys gave us.
Sorry, I'm looking for my overtime.
So, yeah, we can come back, but just, because I assume that you aren't expecting some enormous overtime hit that's out of all proportion for these last 3 months of the year.
No, I mean, we're really the last 3 months of the year. One thing that we got hit with was the marathon. Cost is still coming in, but right now the marathon tracked in at about 1.4 million for the cost of the marathon, which would be in my actuals. Again, I think we're going to probably be running pretty close to our costs last year, are roughly about 66 million.
Okay. All right, well, I'll follow up on that later. I guess the last question for me, because I haven't heard the timer yet, is on dispatch. In addition to the questions about how we compensate our dispatch folks and how we make their lives more livable, all of which I think is really important, obviously the council's also been talking about, and the administration's taken initial steps towards this question of having, diverting some calls to unarmed mental health response. And I'm wondering what the department has done to think about analyzing the calls and thinking about systems to enable some kind of a partnership there on the civilian side, since so much of the rules and procedures of dispatch are set through the contract and department policies. What kind of partnership have you guys been engaged in on looking at that?
Jen? Is Jen still here?
So we have the co-response with the best clinicians in our street outreach unit. And then we also have several research partnerships where they're looking at some of these exact same things that you were asking about. Jenna Savage has been pulling all those meetings together. She's not here today, but we could get more information on that. But we do have a standardized response through 911 for a certain number of calls. And then, so we're partnering with UMass Lowell and Boston University on a research project, which may help to identify some calls that might be able to be diverted.
Okay, I heard my timer go off, but I would love to get the follow-up information on that, and also just say that I think that's sort of the next step on the front that the council has pushed here, and there's a lot of councilor colleagues who have been part of leading on the idea of having this alternative response. I think what we haven't really had reported back to the council is sort of a breakdown of call types and how to think about integrating a response like that. And it seems like you guys have done some legwork on that in the last 12 months. So I think it would be good for this body to hear more about that, especially as we think about that long term as a way of reducing some of these calls for service and taking some of the work off of the department.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our panelists for being here today. How many rounds? We have two, or 2 rounds? Chair, 2? So I know I'm not going to get through all my questions. I just want to...
If time permits, or else we'll have to call them back for another hearing.
Okay, great, thanks. So just curious, last year I asked the BPD, whether or not you guys kept a list of languages that officers speak, and I was told that you did not. And this year in the RFI, you stated that while BPD may have individuals who speak additional language, there are none currently on the multilingual registry, and that BPD positions do not have a language requirement in their job descriptions, right? So there was a mention earlier that we're trying to increase diversity, which we really do appreciate. But if we're here to talk about professional standards and development, it would be helpful for us to have a full understanding of what we're doing to close the language and communication gap. So if you could just talk to us a little bit about what those efforts are going to look like this fiscal year.
Well, I think with every recruit class that we have, we do ask when we're doing the whole recruit process, we do ask if they speak a second language, and we do record that. We also have access to the language communication access and online demand. Our 911 operators also have access to the state police language line for any calls that come in that there may be a language barrier. I think one of the biggest issues that we currently have is the language barrier that we're facing with community meetings or brochures that we produce. We recognize those efforts, but I do want to point out that there are a lot of officers that speak different languages, and you can hear them in the calls when they're looking for an officer that speaks Haitian or Spanish. Somebody will respond. Unfortunately, we don't keep a centralized list to know. We are taking that information as we get it as the recruits, but I know that has been an area
of growth, an opportunity. Well, my time is really limited, so unless you're going to add something that is different.
Yes, so during the initial civil service process, when individuals take the exam to become a police officer, they will indicate the different languages that they are able to communicate or speak.
Okay.
And at times when the department requests a list of candidates to process to go through the academy, we request a special language list from civil service, and it's up to civil service to provide that list to us or not. And so those are some of the efforts that we made in the past, and we haven't been very successful with dealing with civil service. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for that. So this is a question that I really want to make sure that we unpack. It looks like the BPD spent more than $1.2 million on legal fees for, I don't even know how to pronounce the word, indemnifications?
indemnification.
Thank you very much. Than it was originally allotted. So I'm just curious, why are we spending so much money on this? And how much of that money has been used on identifying people like Patrick Rose and Dennis White? So can you just talk to me a little bit about, because what it looks like to me is that we're spending a lot of money on legal fees, and I'm just curious of why that is.
So indemnification, Counselor, is basically the cost that we spend on healthcare costs for our officers that are out injured. So these are costs that it's kind of like workers' comp expense for the Boston Police Department. We call it indemnification, and those are costs. The costs are high compared to our budget this year. The city basically implemented a new workers' comp system called Riskmaster, and the payment application was Zybion. So many of our staff had to get trained in a new payment application. Before that, it was MediPayer. At the time when we had MediPayer, we were very short-staffed in our occupational health. So that $1 million variance reflects a catch-up of several years. One is to get caught up to where we were with the MediPayer short-staffed, but also it took an extended period of time to get our staff updated into Zybion, which is the payment application. So these represent healthcare costs that we pay as workers' comp.
Great, thank you. I just want to in terms of the centralized list, I think that, maybe next year we can probably work on working towards that growth mindset. I'm just curious, it looks like in the last FIO data we received is all the way from December of 2020, and that is the same data that we had last year. And so I'm just curious, it's very hard for us to do our job when we're relying on old data, to a lot of my colleagues' points here. So when are we going to get the most updated information? And while you come down, I'm going to ask another question, because y'all not going to use up my little 8 minutes up in here. Hold up. How many police officers are in the BPD now? And if no police academies for the new recruits were held in 2022 and 2023, what would be the expected number of police officers by June 30th of 2023. And while we're talking about recruits, I'm just curious if you could talk to me a little bit about hazing or potential hazing that happens in the police academy.
I think that would be for Superintendent Basta.
Yeah, I'd like to know if anyone could speak to any potential hazing.
Yes, so there has been a report of an incident or incidents at the Police Academy, and currently it's under investigation of the Bureau of Professional Standards. And that's all I can remark on that.
Thank you. And when we're talking about professional development and the type of culture that we're creating for folks, it's really important for us to really create environments where people are free from hazing. So I just want to note that for the record. Is someone coming down to answer my question? Because that would be great. I can move on to another question while we wait. I'm just curious if someone could just talk to me a little bit about how much money are we spending around the Bureau of Field Services? What is the community service budget for that as well?
Well, you're asking about the Bureau of Community Engagement, that's a separate bureau.
The field services.
Bureau of Field Services, their current budget for fiscal year 21.
Yep.
For fiscal year 22, their current budget for fiscal year 23 is $190.8 million. And in that budget also included is the community service officers that are in the districts under Bureau of Field Services.
Can I answer the FIU question, ma'am?
Yeah.
So the 2021 data has all been redacted because there is a narrative section that we have to go through and redact out personal identifying information, and it should be uploaded fairly shortly.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes.
We can't hear you.
So, sorry, the 2021 FIO data has been redacted because there's a narrative column in the data that describes the incident. It might have somebody's name or address. So that all has been redacted, and so now we have the data that should be uploaded to Analyze Boston fairly shortly, and then that will also feed into our FIO dashboard.
Thank you for that. Can you just talk to me a little bit about what is your budget for community service office? Communities engagement.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about the community service offices within each district, that's managed by the district commander. And that's based on the needs of the CSO office, so there's no finite number. I mean, there's no number, there's no science to that. I mean, if the CSO has certain projects going on and he needs, or she needs a certain amount of money or manpower to accomplish that, they go through the district commander. If the district commander needs additional assets, they'll come to us, come to BFS. I can't give you a figure. I can't say that each CSO office gets this or gets that because, again, it's managed by the district that they're part of.
Yeah, my time is up, so thank you. I'll come back for my second round.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here this morning. I also, just opening by saying that I want a big shout out to District 14. We've had a few unpleasant incidents in our neighbourhood this last year, and the one that stands out the most was the stabbing of a rabbi in Brighton Centre, and the very quick response of District 14. They apprehended the suspect within minutes of the incident, and it was a great reassurance for our community out there that things were dealt with in a very timely way. Let's see. The best clinicians, when I talk to the captain out in District 14, the large number of 911 calls are behavioural health, mental health issues a lot of the time. How do we have a breakdown? How many clinicians? I know we budgeted for best clinicians last year. Did we get a full complement? Did we recruit everyone? Are all the positions filled? And how many do we have right now?
We currently have 12 best clinicians in our co-response model. The only district right now that we don't have a best clinician is District 13, which we're looking into hiring. I also want to point out that two best clinicians have been designated strictly to the street outreach team that focuses obviously in the Mass Cass area, and I believe that we are still looking to hire one supervisor on the best clinician team.
Yeah, I would add to that if there's an issue, say, in 14 and the best clinician's not available, if they call through operations, the best clinician from another district is immediately sent to the district that needs it. And the same is true for street outreach unit officers. So if one district doesn't have one on at that time, and this is happening routinely, they just request it through operations, and that best clinician and street outreach officer is provided to that call.
So how do you think it's working? Is it are you have gotten any metrics on how useful this is?
Yes. For emotionally disturbed person calls and Section 12 calls, use of force in the last year for those types of calls are down. Barricaded suspect calls, or what we refer to as Code 99s, for those types of calls have gone down. So in our opinion, our analysis, the results are positive.
Do we have any plans to increase the number of best clinicians? If it's working, do we need more?
I think that we could always say we need,
you always need more.
But I think that we have some pretty substantial budget for them right now. But one thing that's tough, it's tough to get these clinicians as well. So the hiring process is kind of lengthy, and it's tough, you know, the requirements and to get them and retain them.
Yeah. So do we have data on racially or religiously motivated attacks on civilians in our districts across the city?
I'm sorry.
And do we have any data on racially or religiously motivated attacks on our folks in the neighbourhoods?
Every report, every 1-1 has a box that can be checked for a human rights or civil rights violation. So I don't know if that's available. Could it be obtained? It could be obtained, yes. I mean, I'm sure the BRIC, for review of reports, could gather that data.
I know there's specific populations in the city. I know when I talk, we do office hours and we talk to elderly Asian residents, and they're afraid to leave their facility at times. And we also had increases, an uptick in anti-Jewish attacks and across the country. And so then if anything happens, everybody's on high alert, and it'd be good to have a sense of what's happening on the ground in Boston.
And to add to that, we do have a civil rights or hate crimes unit that once that's identified, those detectives of that unit, they proceed with the case to determine if hate was or bias was a factor in there. So that data is available. I don't know if it's available right now. There are systems within the BPD through the reports identified, and there is a specific unit that's trained to carry those cases and to prosecute them if necessary.
So it's a pretty high bar, though, to qualify as a hate crime, isn't it?
It's written in Mass General Law, ma'am, and that's kind of out of my lane. I was never a detective in that unit, so I can't specifically answer that question. I was a district detective, so I don't know if we have anybody here from the hate crimes unit.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. Victor Evans, Deputy Superintendent with the Bureau of Investigative Services. So we do have a civil rights unit that investigates those type of crimes, and I know recently there's been an uptick on motivated crimes towards the Asian population, and we have been going out doing outreach to certain areas of the city where there's a large population regarding those residents, and I will find out exactly if there are any optics or any trends related to those reports and complaints in regards to any other civil rights violations. A lot of times people feel that it's not a hate crime, it's hate speech. So we will still go out and investigate those crimes. So I will follow up and get the information that you're requesting.
The other question I had was really more for programming for youth and specifically prevention and diversion programs. I know that we see, we hear incidents in the news about young people as young as 11 years old attacking elders and people in the community. We hear of patterns of delinquency in some areas. Even in our district, we hear about these incidents. The police department, locally say there's not a whole lot we can do because we're not necessarily taking these cases to court. I'm a firm believer in prevention and intervention and heading things off and before they get to that stage. I know we have been fighting really hard to get more youth workers in Alston Brighton. Beg, steal and borrow to get a youth workers for our folks who live in Commonwealth Housing and Faneuil Gardens. But do you have a program where you're working proactively to engage and reduce crime? I know the gang unit and that, but I'm just more specifically thinking about District 14 and or other neighbourhoods where that are sort of going under the radar, and we don't know there's a problem until there's a shooting or a stabbing, or our young people are really getting into deep trouble before we can pay attention to what's happening.
Well, I know that recently there's been an uptick with the juvenile incidents in the downtown crossing area, and I do know that it's not an issue alone for the police department to handle. The courts have a juvenile diversion program that can assist us, because obviously we don't want to put these children through the system if it's not necessary, but we need a multi-working group with all of us to work together, including the parents, the police department, and the court system, to whether it maybe work, get these kids back to work, or maybe the family needs assistance that we all can work together and assist them with.
COVID-19 has caused incredible stress on our families and our neighbourhoods.
Excuse me a moment, Councillor Brady.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, time's up. Sorry, I'll have to catch you later.
No. If we can just have one voice speaking, I can hear your conversation. Sorry.
Could I just wrap up, Madam Chair? Councillor Mejia always talks about we have a lot of resources in the city, but don't necessarily organise or coordinate all the resources. Is the BPD, Police Department, and coordinating with BCYF and other social services agencies across the city to try and target interventions that would help prevent and divert these young people into more productive behaviours before they get to be engaged with the criminal justice system?
I don't know for community engagement.
There's somebody coming down now.
I was just going to mention the Youth Connect program as well as the one to come down to. We have a partnership with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Boston where it's over 20 years old, and we have licensed clinical social workers in 5 of our police districts and 3 of our specialized units, and they work with youth police referrals of at-risk youth that could be very young for those specific individuals that you're talking about.
Very good, thank you. Madam Chair, I think my time's up. Or does somebody else want to make a comment, please?
Laura Dickerson from the Bureau of Community Engagement. Superintendent Chin sends his regards and his regrets that he couldn't be here. But to talk to, our Bureau has some signature programs, and we work with the BCYF, the Parks Department, the YMCA of Greater Boston, Boston PAL, but we sort of need other agencies to work with us, as well as our CSOs. So
I'd love to find, I have to come and visit and learn more. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brady. Councillor Rowell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the BPD for all the work that you do here in our city. I had a question regarding the Bureau of Community Engagement. Can you talk to me a little bit more about the programs and initiatives that come out of that department, and why is the CSO department under BFS and not Bureau of Community Engagement. But those are my two questions for now.
Well, I can answer part one. Part one, Bureau of Community Engagement, we have 3 really signature programs. We have Grow Girls, we have Act Up with 5-0, and We Belong, we sort of work with. And I don't exactly know why the CSOs aren't under the Bureau.
They're part of the district commander strategy for crime reduction and public safety. And they're his officers, they're his or her officers. That doesn't mean there is not any crosstalk or planning between BCE and the CSO's office. I believe that happens frequently. It seems to be working. But I believe the answer to your question is that they're integrated into that district and they're part of the overall strategy. They're an element of that strategy in crime reduction, public safety, and all the other assets of law enforcement and public safety. So that's why they're there. They're part of the commander's staff and advisors on what's going on in the district. And I think if you remove them from the district, he or she would not have that capability and wouldn't be able to integrate it into the overall strategy. But again, I don't think that means there's a disconnect or there's lack of communication between the two.
And there's no budget line item for the CSO department, right?
No, I mean, they operate under the commander's budget, and the commander provides them what they need, and then if the commander needs more resources or finances, he'll come to us or to BAT. So there's a mechanism to get them, and there's layers to get them what they need. There's a need out there for that.
And then can you talk to me about the diversity of the best team clinicians?
I don't know the diversity of the best team clinicians, but I could gladly get that for you.
And what about the street outreach officers? The diversity of the street outreach officers?
So it's a small unit. I would say it's probably predominantly white. I don't have the exact numbers or figures for you, but just from interfacing with them, it's important to understand too. It's a volunteer unit. We're not forcing people into that unit. They volunteer for that unit, and then they receive training, some of which is going to go on this month, critical incident training. So it hasn't seemed to be a concern. I mean, that's been a very effective unit. And as I said, the use of force and barricaded suspects and those types of incidents have gone down dramatically since we've instituted both the best clinician and the SOU.
Can you provide me with, the diversity? You have a chance of the best.
Of course.
Thank you. And then what kind of mental health services are we providing our officers? I can't speak.
When you start talking, you'll...
Oh, okay, thank you. So currently, the mental health that we can provide, or we do provide to police officers and also our sworn employees is our peer support group. And it's a group that's been established several decades prior, and it began with the officers involved with critical incidences. A lot of times, you may be involved in some sort of shooting or some sort of horrific accident or incidents involving children or the elderly, and you have a place where you can seek a variety of services, from counseling to peer counseling to professional services. So that's what we offer right now. A lot of times the commanders who oversee those employees can make a anonymous or a direct or an anonymous referral, and it's confidential, and it's embraced by all. So that's what we offer now, and we haven't really seen a different need or response. I will say during the COVID, there've been some referrals to the COVID because, again, we're a makeup of our city, and we've been out there every day. So,
Is that part of like any yearly review, you know, the mental health of our officers, or is that just more so of if they're looking for it?
Currently, we don't have a review of mental or physical of any of our employees, other than if they had been injured and returning back to a review for a duty status. But that's something that that we probably should get together collaboratively and see if we can offer those services.
I agree. And last question I have is, the Bureau of Professional Development actual in 2020 was 20 million. With total budgeting, you know, this year 6.2. Why the sharp decrease throughout the years, and how has that impacted our professional development of our officers, especially those of color?
So I believe in the actual of fiscal year 2020, it was just an accounting reclass of where people were originally budgeted, and when they moved, their head or their position number didn't move with the bureau in which they belong to. So I think it's just an accounting reclass that it was incorrectly reflected in fiscal year 20. For example, a lot of times when our offices, we get new positions for our officers that enter the academy. So they're assigned the academy, which is Division 211-401, and then they get dispersed to BFS, obviously, when they graduate from the academy. A lot of times their position still sits in the academy, and it needs to move, transfer over, so it's just basically an accounting reclass. But I can further look into that, but I know there is an issue with that number, that it wasn't, a lot of those positions should have been out of that bureau and into the appropriate bureau in which they were assigned.
Yeah, love to, you know, get the follow-up on that.
Of course, definitely.
Please. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Rowe. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for being disruptive earlier. I'm a loudmouth.
Oh, you're a charmer.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming out. And thanks for the work that BPD did, will do in the future. So all of your contracts are lapsed right now, and how long is that? Is that just your sworn officers and command staff, or is that everybody in the department?
Well, the sworn I think are still negotiating the contracts. I'm not sure if any of them have been ratified. I believe they have not. But I know as far as the other city contracts, such as SEIU, and I know CENA has been ratified. I still think they're in the works of SEIU, so I think that would probably be better answered probably by our labor department, so I could certainly follow what has.
But are they all close?
I don't know on the sworn side.
Okay. Maybe if we could get that. The diversion programs, Councilor Braden had talked about that a little bit, and we were talking about the Peter Messina's crew there. Is Peter still in charge of the outreach? Yes. Outreach crew? And what does he have, 5 officers? Or because I know we tried to fund him 2 years ago to go up to 15. Does he have the 15 now?
Yeah,
or is it?
I believe he's at 8, but
He's at 8, okay. And is that who does the co-response, just that unit there, or does co-response can happen with any patrol officer?
Yes, I mean, if there's a best clinician available, the co-response could be that best clinician with a 1-man or a 2-man officer car. If the SOU is on, what they ordinarily do is they call off and they head in that direction and meet them there. So yes, the co-response could be a best clinician with an officer from that district, and that day in and day out, that's typically what it is, followed up by the SOU.
Yeah.
And in fact, a lot of the follow-up the next day or the next several days after that, the SOU takes the lead on that.
Yeah. So I think about it often, the coordinated response. Where does that determination happen? Is that 911 says, the person that takes a call says, this seems like a coordinated response, seems like we need a mental health care professional, and then it's just calls, you need to take someone from A1 to go here, or whatever it is. Is that determination made at 911?
At this point, because it's been implemented so much, it's almost automatic. If there's a call for an emotionally disturbed person, if if there's a best clinician available, that best clinician will go with an officer.
Oh, so it's like the catchwords that you disturb person, then
Well,
the
yes,
clinician will
it's
use.
the way the call is dispatched. If it's an emotionally disturbed person plus something else, it may call for an additional response, whether that be a weapon or something of that nature. But it's been implemented. It's almost a drill at this point. And the
Yeah.
SOU as well will monitor, and if they're needed, people will call them and they'll go to assist as well.
And we mentioned in the handouts here about the outreach unit is standardized Section 12 responses. Just Section 12s. Are we utilizing Section 35s at all? Or?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. So if I can get some numbers on the Section 35s and the Section 12s, how many we've done this year, what we, broken up, and where those people go. And David, if you want to come down, I have a couple questions for you, if that's okay. Lisa, 1% reduction in the budget this year?
Yes.
And was that spread across the?
No, actually, it's pretty simple to explain because we did, on a non-personnel level, we did get a very robust budget in terms of things that we had requested through City Hall. But the main reduction is a net impact, so we almost had like a $10 million reduction in personnel. And it's a result of the attrition that we're seeing with older officers retiring with higher salaries and newer officers coming in with lower salaries as a result of, first, second, third year versus officers going out with 25 years longevity have higher salaries. So it's really just attrition and also the timing of the classes as well.
Okay, thank you. That's a bullet dodged based on the defund the police stances that people took in 2020. So congratulations, and I'm actually happy about that. David, a couple things. We held up $800,000 in monies coming to you guys. I think a year ago, 2 years ago, it was for analyst positions.
Correct.
Did you hire those analyst positions? Were we able to move the 800? Never happened. We just gave that 800 back.
We're still technically in possession of the $850,000. We haven't been approved to use it.
Okay, but did we hire the, I heard
No,
you say earlier, so
sir,
we're
we
unable to
couldn't-
hire
couldn't.
those analysts?
No, it was a total of 4 individuals to bolster the real-time crime center, to include a supervisor that we lack, as well as 3 additional positions to help liaise and better analyze data in collaboration with what is policed in the city of Boston by the Massachusetts State Police, Transit Police, and Massport. So those are blind spots for us.
So where does that 800 sit right now?
It does not sit with the Boston Police Department. Any external funds that come in before we receive council accept and expend gets held in custody in the Treasury Department. So we don't have access to those funds. Once the accept and expend is approved, any external funds will move over to the appropriate code that we've set up for that external
So
fund.
can we now bring that back up and accept and expend that, or is it gone?
It's still sitting in the Treasury, so the monies are still there. It's just that we are not in possession of the money, nor can we use that money because we do not have the accept and expend.
Oh, okay, so we'd need to create that accept and expend.
We'd have to go through the accept and expend process.
Okay. David, when Mayor Janey took over, there was a regional camera plan that protected our harbors from Quincy, South Shore, up to the North Shore.
Correct.
And I know that funding was not accepted, which put us in jeopardy, put our harbors in jeopardy. Has that moved along?
It has moved along.
It has moved
It has
along.
moved along, sir.
Okay, well, that's good news. Can you talk about the gang database a little bit? What were the numbers 2019? Like how many actual people were on there? What is it now? I think it's decreased. How did we come up with that decrease, and what are we going to do moving forward to make that maybe more efficient?
Sure. So back in 2019, we began reforming the gang assessment database based on a number of indicators that were pointing in that direction for the need. We wanted it to be more reflective of the actual process under which it was being managed. And effective June 8th of 2021, we issued a new rule. And there isn't enough time to go through it all, but let me get right to the numbers.
You can go through it.
So as far as the numbers go, the current stats for the database as of today, we have roughly 3,000 individuals in the gang assessment database, and that accounts for 96 separate groups that are active in the gang database. Since the rules implementation, 1,000 individuals were removed, and since then, only 100 have been added according to the new criteria. So we have been in a state of sorry, ma'am, let me just finish this last sentence.
Of course.
Since the implementation of the new rule, we have been in the process of reforming all of the data in there, which has required our analysts to look at every single individual based on the new criteria and go through a new verification process for them. And that's what has resulted in the removal of people. And we still have some work to do. Our target is to have this work done by July.
Thank you.
That's our goal.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Just so you know, I'm not pressing the alarm. It's on a timer, and it just goes off.
No,
Not
it's
trying to
helpful.
interrupt you. I would definitely allow you to finish as long as you need.
Would you like me to go through the changes to the rule just to make sure everybody's up to speed on that?
Yeah, if you feel it's helpful.
I think it's helpful. Changes to the rule, again, effective June 8th of 2021. I'm going to just read this word for word. Clarification of the purpose of the gang assessment database in preventing and reducing violence and victimization in the city of Boston. Clarification of the role of the Boston Regional Intelligence Center in the management of the gang assessment database. Clarification and amendment of the criteria for access, submission, verification, dissemination, and review. Removal of what was titled the inactive status, thereby ensuring that those individuals will be reviewed for purge or recategorized to more accurately reflect their participation in gang activity. Clarification that field interview, observation, and encounter reports, that's what we typically refer to as FIOs, they shall not be used as sole criteria for verification. Again, they shall not be used. Addition of an annual public reporting requirement regarding the number of individuals added to and purged from the database, and we issued this report beginning of January. And addition of a juvenile section within the intention, addition of a juvenile section with the intention of connecting juveniles to services and providing a pathway out of the gang assessment database. I'd like to clarify that one of the biggest misconceptions is that it is full of juveniles. Very, very grossly inaccurate. As of right now, I believe we have somewhere in the range of 20 to 25 juveniles in the database. When we receive that information, we send information on those individuals to two places. One, the Office of Boston Public Health, over to Roy Martin and his team, their work on the Safe and Successful Youth Initiative, as well as some of the other nonprofit organization efforts to help off-ramp these folks and get them better services to help with their lives, as well as to Dr. Rufus Falk and his team in the Mayor's Office of Public Safety to help make sure that the right resources are provided to these individuals.
Thank you, David.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't have the analysts? Just.
No, we don't have the analyst, sir.
Thank you, Council Baker. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can we go back on the slide to structure? It's slide 2, 3 if you're counting the cover page. Folks have it in front of them?
Yes.
So I heard I still hear it all the time. We need more cops from police and from the Boston Police Department. And I always refrain to them that we need numbers. I heard the minimum staffing numbers were mentioned to Councilor Flaherty for A1. That number was 134. Can you proceed to give me the rest of the minimum staffing numbers?
I can.
Thank you. I'm just going to write them down as you go.
A1 is 134, A7 is 75, B2 is 129, B3 is 99, C6 is 79, C11 is 122, D4 is 113, D14 is 79, E5 is 70, E13 is 76, and E18 is 68. Now, minimum staffing is what has been determined they should have. That is not what they have.
Yeah, so let's get to that. I want to get to that. So that's 11 districts, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'm just gonna pull out a calculator. My math teachers told me I wouldn't have a calculator on me at all times, but turns out I do now. And so, let's just go through those numbers real quick. 134, I just wanna make sure you confirm this. 134 plus 75 plus 129 plus 99, is that correct?
99 for
Yep,
B3.
and then plus 79 plus 122 plus 113 plus, it looks like 79 again, is that accurate?
79 for D14.
Yep, so it's 79 you said, or 74?
I'm sorry?
So is that two 79s? After 113, is it 79?
District 14 is 79 is the minimum staffing.
Perfect, and then you got 70 there, is that 70, correct?
D5.
Yeah, and then 76, and then 68, is that accurate?
It is.
All right, so I got a total number there for minimum staffing of 1,044. So, since I just like to do numbers, that number right there that's underlined under structure says you have 2,908 employees, correct? As of May 4th of this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you got 2,908 employees. We got 1,044 for a minimum staffing number. Now you go down here, it says you got 2,088 sworn officers. Does that mean active?
No, there's 312 that are currently not available for duty, that are either due to injuries, admin leave, or suspended.
Yeah, so let's get to that. 2,908 employees, that 2,088 number, does that take out the 312 that are actively out?
No, that's included.
So included in the 2,908 is the 312?
Yes, 312.
But included in
currently
that 2,088, is that also including the 312?
Yes.
Okay, so great. So let's do that now. Let's pull out the calculator. Let's just go through this one by one. If you do that, what you end up with when you remove the 312, all right? So you do 2,088. How do you get to 2,088 from 2,908?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
So I'm trying to understand the difference between the 2,908 to the 2,088. Is that civilian administrative?
Yes, there's 692 civilians.
Okay, perfect. So let me just make sure I get this right. So if you do 2,888, which is 2,088, plus the 312 that are out, plus
No,
692.
that's inclusive, sir.
So how do we have 2,908 employees, but 2,088 sworn?
employees also include the civilian population.
So that's what I was getting at. So
Yes.
where is that civilian population included in this? So when I get to the 2,088 and the 2,908, if you remove 692, that's not going to get me to 2,908.
But it also includes the 128 recruits that we have in the.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's what I was trying to find.
Okay.
And so with the 2,088, we got 312 out on injury, correct?
No, sir. We have 201 out in injury. That also might include officers that are out on family medical leave, admin leave, suspended unit, but there's 201 officers out injured out of that 312.
Okay, but that number says 312, correct?
312, and it says due to injuries, et cetera, so it also includes other than
All good.
injuries.
So I just want to make sure 2,088 subtract 312, correct?
Yes.
All right, great. That gets us to 1,776. And then included in the 2,088, you're saying is not the civilians?
Correct.
Okay, so you got 1,776, and the total number for minimum staffing is 1,044. I keep trying to figure out, and you do 3 shifts, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but that's only the districts.
Yeah, so where else do they go?
That's not the Bureau of Investigative Services.
So when you
All
say the
the
Bureau of
detectives.
Investigation Services, just so that we have people watching, you're talking about the detectives?
Yes, and
There we
those
go.
units that the Bureau of Investigative Services.
How many of those folks are in the detectives branches in the Bureau of Investigative Services?
It's another bureau, sir.
I have 228.
228, all right, great, let's take that right out then.
Detectives.
228 equals 1,548. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you got 1,548, you take the detectives out of it because you told me to do that. You take the folks that are injured out of it, you told me to do that too. Took the civilians out of it, you told me to do that too. I'm at 1,548, and you told me your minimum staffing levels are 1,044.
Yeah, there are other units that aren't included.
Okay, which one of those units? Let's go through that. What are the units?
There's multiple units, sir, that,
There's multiple units.
Sure, I got time. I just want to know which units you're talking about. I mean, when we're talking about minimum staffing,
I have the actual head count in front of me, I'd have to go, but
you don't, so this is the problem I have. The numbers you just gave me, the very beginning of this, the minimum staffing numbers that you've just given me.
for the districts.
For the districts. I had to put in a 17F to get, and I was denied them and told that it was a public safety exception, which it wasn't. I've spent 2 years trying to get the numbers you were able to give me in about 2 minutes. We can't get the minimum staffing levels. Now I'm going through the numbers, and I can't get all of the bureaus and all of that. When I look at this structure that you presented to us, it doesn't even include those bureaus and how you cut that up. And I guess my question to you is, it doesn't really impact what I'm trying to get to, which is those detectives are in active duty in our neighborhoods, correct? They're doing work in these neighborhoods. So it's not like we're talking about they're at the department and they're not doing anything to combat violence and crime. They're on the streets. So when we're talking about not having officers to meet minimum staffing or not having enough presence, these numbers don't add up, because even if I remove the detective bureau, even if I remove the special units, all the special units are still actively patrolling and working our streets, correct?
It depends on what their function is. They may not be actively patrolling the streets. They may have a different function.
But their function is to combat crime, correct?
It might be investigative in nature. It might be
I consider that combating crime.
There are different tasks. There are different missions. You can't penny pack everything into one mission and one task.
So I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to make your numbers make sense. And so when you give me 1,044 as a minimum.
For the districts.
For the districts.
Yep.
So what are the minimums for other things? What other things do exist that need minimums? That would be helpful, I think, for the public to know. What other things need minimums beyond the districts?
Well, there are other bureaus that I don't control. You'd have to talk to them. You have the Bureau of Investigative Services.
So is that, again, the detectives?
BIS is detective
Yes,
investigatory
okay.
functions.
So if you're not here to speak for them, why do we have numbers that include them?
So you asked me a specific question.
I'm asking about the presentation you
I gave you a
prepared.
specific answer on the districts.
Yes.
And if you have a specific question
So
on BFS,
I do.
then I can
do.
answer that.
I do
If
have
you
a question.
specific question for someone else, you're going to have to ask someone else.
Is anybody else here who can speak on behalf of the detectives?
I'm here for the Bureau of Investigative Services.
Fantastic, thank you. What are your minimum staffing levels?
I don't, but I can tell you the numbers that we do have.
When you say the numbers that you do have,
How many detectives are in the Bureau of Investigative Services?
Okay, perfect. And what was that number?
228.
228.
We have 81 police officers in the Bureau of Investigative Services, 63 civilians.
When you say 81 police officers, is that separate and apart from what's in the other Bureau of Field Services?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. And what do you have for civilians?
63 civilians.
Okay, and all of those numbers, just to be clear, are incorporated within that number there on total personnel. Is that accurate? All of the numbers for all of BPD, every bureau, that's what that is?
Yes.
Okay, great. So how many officers do you have in the Bureau of Field Services directly relevant to that number on what you need for district's minimum staffing? What is that number? Do you not know?
Are you asking me, sir?
Yes, I'm asking you.
I am the deputy of BFS. I'm not
Okay,
the deputy of
so in the
BIS.
Bureau of Field Services, how many officers do you have?
I just gave you the layout, sir. I can give you,
You can't tell me how many you have?
I can give you a breakdown by district, yes, but there are more elements than just the districts in
That's
BFS.
fine, I just want the total number. What is the total number?
A present, are you asking for what's present?
Yes.
Okay. Present staffing for each district. For A1, you have 104. For A7, you have 53. For B3, you have 80. For 6, you have 65. For 11, you have 105. For 4, you have 98. For 14, you have 56. For 5, you have 51, or I'm sorry, 61. For 13, you have 60. And for 18, you have 53. That does not include persons that are out injured. That's present staffing.
Okay, so the difference, the gap, because I'm just trying to understand the gaps. The gap in between the numbers that we have for minimum staffing, the numbers that we have for present, is made up in special units or other bureaus, is that, and injury, or out? Is that where all of those get put in? So when you make up the deficits. So when you have a deficit, are you pulling that from those special units? How is that handled?
I don't understand your question.
The overtime. When you are understaffed and you are pulling somebody in for overtime, where are they coming from?
They're not coming from specialized units. If a district is short to fill its minimum manning, then they attempt to hire within the district. If they can't hire within the district, they go to the area. For example, Area B is B2 Roxbury and B3 Mattapan and Dorchester. If they can't fill that with volunteers, then they go by low hours and they order. They have to order an officer and have him fill that function.
Can I just ask a technical question? When you say low hours, does that mean the amount of hours that officer has worked, or is that like a seniority?
Well, it's the amount of hours and overtime and details that officer has worked.
And so if they're low, then they're pressed in first?
If we get to that point.
Okay. And what percentage, and I heard the bell, so there'll be a couple more rounds, but more focused on other issues, because this isn't the only one I have. The numbers, I just wish you would give us numbers that were broken down by bureau so that we can better understand your staffing. It's incredibly difficult to have you come in and say, we're at minimum level staffing, but we have more officers than that, and then we say, okay, where are those officers located? And they said, well, it's a different bureau, doesn't apply. In order for you, and this is just me being honest, to have a real conversation with us, when we talk with the teachers, when we talk with anybody else, we know where their staffing is. It's not like a shell game. And so it's very difficult for me to understand where the shortages are and how you're filling them, and where you need more folks, if you do, if I don't actually have a better understanding of those numbers broken down. And so it doesn't do anybody a service when it's this difficult to just get the basic breakdown. I understand you're trying as hard as you can, but it doesn't make it easier. And so I'll just wait till the second round or the third round to go through it. I appreciate it, and we'll just keep going. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. To Councilor Arroyo's point, if we don't get the answers, we will have to postpone or reschedule or call you back again and again and again. And I understand, for the record, the commissioner did send in a message that he had a personal matter. So I got this message yesterday afternoon that he had a personal matter, so he canceled. And so perhaps maybe in the next time we reschedule, he can make it. And then two, maybe reconsidering more people that can answer the questions as well, so we can get to the budget. We do have a deadline, and we'd like to be able to have all the information so we can make an informed decision. Councilor President Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership and your work, and thank you to the Boston Police Department panel that's here as well for your leadership in the city, and Superintendent Baston is here. I want to thank you for your leadership for so many years as well, interacting and helping keeping our neighborhoods safe. I want to start by kind of highlighting a couple of issues, but my colleague, Councilor Braden, mentioned hate crimes that have taken place in the city. That's certainly a top priority for me. I've worked on this issue for 5 years. We had an elderly woman in Chinatown that was beat up. I think she was probably 80 years old by a young man. But we have seen a lot of hate crimes or assaults. So just want to stress the importance of that issue for me. And certainly I know it's an important issue for the Boston Police, but I'm going to continue to work with city officials and my colleagues on hate crimes. The other issue I want to highlight as well is, when I attend all of these community meetings at nighttime that are sponsored by neighborhood associations, the first person that usually speaks at a neighborhood organization meeting is the captain. Kind of gives an update on crime stats, what's happening in the particular neighborhood. And I reference that because, in Chinatown, where I represent in the South End in South Boston, residents have respect for the police. They have respect for the captain, the men and women of the department. They're asking me, they're saying, Councilor Flynn, we need more police in the city. What are you going to do about it, Councilor Flynn? You know, I have the area along with Councilor Baker and Councilor Fernandez Anderson of Mass and Cass, and we know the police do an exceptional job there, but our police are stretched thin. We know that. I know that. I talk to the police almost every day. Talk to the captain several times a week in my neighborhood. I mean, in my district. It's my opinion. Other people might disagree with me, but it's my opinion that we need to consistently hire 200 to 300 police officers every year, so we're able to meet these minimum manning levels. And, you know, forced overtime is not a healthy officer. It's not a productive officer, someone that's working on his 15th hour in a row. So for me, what I want to see is us acknowledging that we don't have enough officers really in the city, but we are committed to addressing it. And we're putting on various classes, the cadet program as well. So I'm going to continue to advocate for 200-300 police officers every year until we actually are at a point that I think is acceptable, because I don't think we're there right now. Just want to throw that open to anyone that may want to comment on it.
Does anyone have a response to Councilor Flynn's support to the force and the gentleman is coming down? Councilor Flynn?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Superintendent Marcus Settings, and I oversee the court unit and the paid detail unit. Can you just repeat your question for me again?
Yeah, it's my opinion that we don't have enough police officers in the city, and that's based on my experience talking to police and being in the neighborhoods every day. But I think we need to consistently hire 200 to 300 police officers every year, so we're able to meet those minimum levels, so we're not forcing police to work overtime in the 15th hour of your shift. That's when you begin to get tired. That's when you begin to make mistakes. A good officer is a healthy officer. So, you know, that also goes along with health and wellness, of course. But what I would like to see is us consistently hire 200 to 300 police officers every year until we're able to meet these, until we have enough in the city.
That's correct. We do need more officers, and it would alleviate a lot of the overtime that officers need to work. And you're correct. It goes with health and wellness. You know, the studies have shown that if you're over a certain amount of hours of staying up, it's like working at a 0.10 blood alcohol content. Mm-hmm. So we do need more officers to relieve some of the pressure of the guys having to work overtime consistently.
And the other concern I have about that is you're working 15, 16 hours a day, you know, maybe 4 days a week you're doing it, or 5 days, I'm not sure. But the impact, the toll it has on your family as well, your spouse, your kids. You don't get to see your kid go to baseball. You can't take your daughter to an after-school program. You end up having challenges with your spouse at home. So there's a lot of issues relating to that forced overtime, in my opinion. So it's not a healthy environment.
No, you're correct on that, sir.
So what I want to do going forward is just, you know, let us acknowledge that when we have officers that are working 16 hours a day and they might do it 4 or 5 days a week. It's not healthy for that officer, it's not healthy for the family, it's not healthy for the residents, it's not healthy for the city of Boston. I don't think that the officer wants to work that, but to deal with that, to address that issue, again, we need to acknowledge in the city that we don't have enough police officers, and this is an opportunity for us to have a discussion about what we can do about it. I won't continue on that. I know I made my case on that, but I just want to say thank you, sir, for taking my question too.
No, we appreciate the question because it's definitely going to help us if we can get more officers on the street. As you stated, you know, we work 16 hours, 17 hours a day. Then you go home, you have to get some rest. So those of us that have children or other things that they want to do in their lives, it's very difficult to achieve that. So, you know, and it takes a toll on you. Lack of sleep deprivation causes illnesses and other things that take place in your life that are negative. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, sir. The other issue I wanted to highlight is the incredible role bike patrols have in our neighborhoods, whether it's in the South End, whether it's downtown Boston, whether it's Mass and Cass. Residents have great faith in the bike patrol unit. They interact with the residents frequently, especially residents walking or in parks or talking to residents. But are we able to stress the importance of the bike patrol unit in this budget?
Yeah, I guess I can answer that. The bike patrol, or the citywide bike unit, used to be a unit of 30-plus officers. It's now down to 3 and 16. So there is plans to augment them with additional bodies when the next academy class comes out. But that unit, like any unit, it's tied to manpower, recruitment, training, and retention. We understand how valuable that unit is. We use it all the time. It's used for every event, every demonstration, as well as public safety. For example, Mass and Cass, they're down there every day. But it is directly connected to manpower, recruitment, retention, etc. But there are plans to expand or get that unit back to its original size when the next academy class comes out.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, I'm out of time, right? Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to let you know, I have to step out to do some human resources stuff, but I'll be back for the other rounds.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council President. He's so sweet. Oh, it's my turn. So, I wonder if, get your hands out of the timer, okay? Did you hear what Councilor Flynn said, Madam Chair? No, sir. So, I wonder if we can get some clarity for community engagement, and I'll go into my questions about that. I feel like we have to ask questions, or I have to ask questions in sections or by bureau so that we're very clear. And then with the civil rights cases, really want to have the number. So for the record, I'm asking you officially as the chair to submit the answers for all human rights cases, open and closed in FY23, 22 and forward. And then for the Bureau of Community Engagement, I heard the sister mention, Laura, you mentioned something about Go Girls, but I have more questions about that. And then what did you mean, sir, sorry, Superintendent, your name is, sorry, what's your name, sir? The gentleman right here in front of me. Tarantino. Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent Tarantino, what did you mean by 1 in 16 bike officers? I don't know what that means.
3 sergeants, 16 patrol officers. Yep, 3 and 16.
Oh, 3 and 16, so 16 officers? 16
patrol officers, 3 sergeants in that unit right now.
Thank you. And then just for the viewers, as a chair, it feels like, you know, facilitating a workshop and understanding this thing. I would like to understand the department itself. So there's the police commissioner, and then Bureau of Professional Standards, and then Chief of Staff, Labor Relations, Hearing Officers, Research and Development. And then under that, there's Superintendent in Chief. And then to the side, there's peer support, family assistance, media relations, multimedia productions. And this is just an organizational chart for those of you at home. And then there are 6 bureaus, and there's Bureau of Field Services, Bureau of Investigative Services, Bureau of Professional Development, Bureau of Administration and Technology, Bureau of Intelligence and Analysis, and Bureau of Community Engagement. And today, in this hearing, we are covering Boston Police Department, Part 1, and this is going to encompass Police Commissioner's Office. And who's here to answer those questions under Police Commissioner's Office? That would be me. Thank you, sir. And then we have Bureau of Professional Development. Who's answering questions for that? Thank you very much, Superintendent Bastian. And Bureau of Professional Standards. Thank you. And then Bureau of Community Engagement. Thank you. And then Bureau of Field Services.
Right there.
Thank you. And then BPD revolving funds.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So we're pretty full, except may I have Superintendent Bastian and Miss Laura join us here? We can just add chairs. And sir, I think, and then by the way, those seats over there are much more comfortable. Those hurt my back. So if you would like to move, please sit over there. I don't know how y'all doing. You must be in pain. And so my questions for you, and then again, take them according to Bureau, and so that I'm not jumping all over the place. How many officers are on paid leave? And I know that we mentioned 312 for the currently not available, but how many are actually on paid leave? Is it all 312?
Some are in the suspended unit, a handful of that. I can get you those exact numbers before this hearing is out. I can also get exact numbers by bureau. That wasn't a request on the council packet, so I'd like to point that out because I would have been prepared to have a full detail of every unit within each bureau and the amount of officers and civilians, but that was not in the original request because I would have been prepared to answer that question.
Okay, yeah, no problem. And so Brian, I do know that, or at least thus far understand that you are very efficient. I sent you an email to apologize for the last time. After reviewing your report on equity, I was thoroughly very impressed and appreciate your responsiveness.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And so what about, so I guess I want to know how many unpaid leave have there been this year? And then how does their absences impact the operations? So does that mean that we're getting?
So those 300 plus officers that we spoke of, the majority of them are out on injured leave. And it does impact, Deputy Tarantino's minimum staffing levels. It impacts the department. Also it impacts our numbers as far as how many we can hire and not hire, because obviously we have a number of like 2,000, I don't have the number right in front of me. But it does impact. It impacts the replacement overtime significantly because a lot of those officers that are out on injured leave, the 201, are in patrol functions, which a lot of them are assigned to the districts. There are some officers out on admin leave, and there's also some officers that are out on family medical leave that are non-work-related injuries that cause them to be out on FMLA.
Okay. And for the
military leave too, sorry.
Oh, I understand. For the record, for the record, I would like the question answered by Councilor Arroyo. The officers, the breakdown of the units, the districts, and by detectives, police officers, by bureaus, just give me the full breakdown of all the numbers in every unit, in every district, in every special anything. And I think that's going to help us look at the numbers and really say, these are the needs, and
We have that information
Thank
readily
you.
available.
thank you so much. How many hours, so for BPD to achieve its proposed budget, will it require reduction of the total hours?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So like for the BPD to achieve its proposed budget, does this require a reduction of total hours?
For overtime?
Yeah.
Yes.
And so how many hours in reduction calculated?
You know, I would just say, as Ms. O'Brien is looking that up, I would just say that includes special events, and special events are increasing and being added on. They're not decreasing, so the manpower is decreasing. The special events, all that we had in 2019 that we didn't do in 2020, and some in 2021 are back in force. And we are getting new events put on us in addition. So those are things that have to be considered for cost and for manpower. That certainly is a huge factor.
Thank you.
If I look at our budgeted numbers for fiscal year '22, which has remained flat for fiscal year '23, and just to be clear, these budgeted hours could change as a result of the average hourly rate going up through collective bargaining agreements. But right now, we're using an average of roughly $66 is the average it's an average overtime hourly rate. So the budgeted numbers for fiscal year '22 is $655,571. For us to get to that number right now, based on my projection, we would have to reduce, we would have a reduction of 357,594 hours. If I look at my projection, which is pretty close to where I think we're gonna land, similar to last year, so we would have to reduce our hours by 357,594.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain how the combination of the new cadets, the projected rate of successful medical triage or services, other financial control combined will save numbers of hours for FY23?
We're getting officers back to work or off the books in terms that they're not going to come back based on the injury or how long they've been out. We'll basically reduce the amount of replacement overtime as they come back into the districts, because we wouldn't have to replace them on overtime, as Deputy Tarantino suggests. With respect to the cadet program, it basically, after a 2-year commitment, and providing that they take the civil service test, they have the opportunity to become a police officer, which just makes they still have to go through the training and the whole process that it takes to get to the academy, but it would just open up another avenue to make our force more diverse and represent the neighborhoods in which we serve.
Thank you. And I have questions about, like the diversity stuff later for my round, but Councilor Lara was not joking. I actually have to time myself as well. And Superintendent Bastian, in terms of professional development, tell me about that. Do you have what you need, and what services are you implementing?
Absolutely. So just so everyone knows, professional development includes also the firearms range, and the cadets are under the professional development. So both of those. So that was something. Right now, we have the academy class. It's been in 3 weeks. We started off with 138, 140, but 138 showed up, and we're down to 121 currently. 10% of this last class, 10 cadets were in the class. I have the actual makeups, 2% Asian American, Black American, 28%, Latina American, 26%, and 43% white American, so 73% total male. As far as languages, I know that was asked earlier. This current class, we have secondary languages: Albanian, American Sign Language, Cape Verdean Creole, French, Haitian Creole, Polish, Portuguese, Spanish, and Vietnamese. So right now, and as far as what we need, I hope that you guys come and visit, because there are some things as far as the firearms unit. MPTC training is a big thing now with the post and, with all the reform. So the training, we might need additional bodies, because the training is a constant thing now. The training is, we are training all of our officers. It has to be a little bit adjusted that we did before. So it's going to require more bodies to make sure, because the academy class is going on, that the same people that do in-service training. On top of that, we do promotions. It goes through the academy also, any promotions for sergeants and detectives. So we're a constant revolving machine. An excellent group, and but I would invite all the counselors to come in to learn hand by hand what we do, and also the curriculum, so you guys can have a first hand look at the different things that we teach in the class.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Do you feel that those numbers reflect the population that you serve?
I mean, right now, no.
Are we going in the right direction at least?
Yeah, I mean, I think having the cadet program does put you can really get it more in the right direction, because there are a lot of civil service controls the exam of who we hire. But the cadet class of just having 10 is a small portion of a class of 138. So maybe picking from that, but I believe that comes from civil service. I don't think we even control the amount, but the more cadets that we put on, that's a bigger pool. So I think if we can expand the cadet program, because we control who we hire off the cadet program. Civil service, we don't really control the hiring process. So I think if we go that direction and that route, right now we currently have 35 cadets. We had 45 minus the 10, but that's a small number in comparison to the entire police department.
Okay, thank you. I only have 5 seconds left. So we're gonna go to round 2. For the record, Councilor Rougian, Councilor, Lara, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Worrell, Councilor Arroyo, you will be included in the second round. If we're joined by more councilors, they will have to wait for a third round in the interest of time. You will each have about 8 minutes, and I will not include any further councilors until third round for wrapping up. All right, and that being said, Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Cora. My next question is for the Bureau of Professional Standards. How you doing? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Dotton, and I'm the Bureau Chief for Bureau of Professional Standards.
Sharon, your last name?
Dotton, D-O-T-T-I-N.
Dotton, Chief Dotton. Thank you so much. So in the organizational chart for the Boston Police Department, it shows the Bureau of Professional Standards ultimately as its own branch. And this department, per the description that you offered, is responsible for providing anti-corruption training and investigating all misconduct. Can you talk a little bit about the staff in this department and whether the training of the personnel and investigation of the personnel ultimately is falling on the shoulders of the same staff in that office? I think ultimately, I would imagine that it would pose a challenge for investigators to be tasked with investigating their own colleagues. And my follow-up question is that one of the other descriptions for the Bureau describes its function as providing accountability and transparency. And there's more detail in the narrative, but can you talk a little bit more? A lot of the language is the same. Can you talk about how that's different from OPAT?
Yes, so in the Bureau of Professional Standards, we have anti-corruption, which investigates criminal side. So if there's any bribery or anything by city employees, just not the Boston Police Department, that's what they're charged with investigating. Mm-hmm. Internal Affairs is investigating the rules and regs violations within the city of Boston for just the Boston Police Department.
Got it. And so your bureau is for everybody. OPAT is for the police department specifically.
No, well, my department is for the city of Boston, any city of Boston employees, so that could be Public Works or the Boston School Department as far as anti-corruption. But IED is just simply for the Boston police officers or civilians within the Boston Police Department.
Great. Can you say a little bit about whether the training and investigation is being done by the same employees?
What do you mean, the training?
Well, if you're investigating, let's say, anti-corruption for all City of Boston employees, so what you're telling me is that the investigation for the Boston Police Department is separate from your bureau specifically. So Boston Police Department officers are or are not investigating their colleagues?
Yes, within our bureau, yes, there are police officers that are investigating other police officers.
Okay, and can you talk a little bit about what training or how that works? And I mean, I have to be honest, if I were committing some wrong, I wouldn't be investigating myself. So can you talk a little bit more about how you try to manage the fact that you have Boston Police Department officers investigating their colleagues, and whether you consider that to be a conflict of interest or how you manage it within your bureau?
Okay, so Internal Affairs is a separate investigative body. They don't do the same investigations as anti-corruption. Anti-corruption is kind of a separate unit on their own. There's 4 sergeants and 1 lieutenant in that department, and they are charged with all that, and that stays to them, and they only report to me. So they don't really mix with the Internal Affairs side, so we just kind of keep them separate because those investigations need to be secret. But they're all investigators nonetheless that have been trained by the Boston Police throughout the years. They've might have been detectives, over the years, and they've had training and they become sergeant detectives. So they all come to have training from just the basis of the Boston Police Department. And then they're specialized in training for internal affairs, that we have different seminars that we can send them out to that are handled by outside agencies that just teach them how to do internal affairs investigations, or trying to figure out how to best capture information that we're looking for.
Beautiful. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. My next question, I'm not sure who to direct it to specifically, so please, once I ask it, take liberties. So in 2016, Terrence Coleman's family called for an ambulance, and the Boston Police Department showed up, and Terrence Coleman was killed by a Boston police officer. The police and the prosecutors obviously say that Terrence attacked an emergency medical technician with a large knife. The mother denies it. I would respectfully ask that we don't speak on the merit of either of those claims here, for respect for the family. But in 2017, there was a study that found that more than half of Black people with disabilities are going to be arrested by the time that they are 28, and that law enforcement use of force, ultimately with people for disabilities, is that 33 to 50% of all use of force incidents nationally involve a person who is disabled. I am a parent of an autistic son who is nonverbal. This is something that's incredibly important to me. Now, if you can't, if we're not even requiring that, let's say, police officers in Fields Corner have this many people who speak Vietnamese, then how can we trust that we have officers who can ultimately spot somebody who is autistic, somebody who is nonverbal, who might not be able, that if you tell my son, drop what you're doing, stop there, he does not have the language capacity to understand what you're doing, right? So please tell me what you're doing, if anything, to help mitigate this level of ultimately structural racism that we're seeing, particularly for people with disabilities in the Boston Police Department and in all police departments.
The Bureau of Community Engagement has an officer, an inclusion officer, who works particularly with, she actually has 2 children who are autistic, so she's very good at it. Can we, as a department, do more? Yes. Because right now, we just have the 1 officer.
Okay, so if you get a call for, say, an ambulance, and I think that this is a part of the conversation about the BEST initiative, right? I'm incredibly curious about how you decide who gets deployed when somebody calls 911, right? If we're saying we need more funding for the BEST initiative because we want to reduce armed response, then we shouldn't be sending a police officer to reduce armed response. You're doubling up, right? We're sending the BEST team, but then somebody else is coming.
So we've rewritten our Section 12 rule.
Beautiful. Can you tell me more about it?
Some of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Our Section 12 rule addresses the response to emotionally disturbed persons. Because they haven't committed a crime. At most, it's a civil warrant of apprehension to the hospital, where they're going to probably be released that day. So we have followed the national model, which is in concurrence with the post standards. And in that rule, as we wrote it, and as we execute it, unless there's a threat to someone else other than the person threatening suicide, we'll back away, give time, space, and distance, which are de-escalation tactics specifically addressed in the post to diffuse the situation. That wasn't necessarily done before. We're doing that now. That is a specific rule, and we've done training on that rule. We've implemented that rule, and as I said, our use of force have come down. Our barricaded suspects have gone down. And the approach we're taking, again, is unless that person is a direct threat to someone else other than himself, we'll back away, we'll push the best clinician forward figuratively, let them talk to that person, and if we're still not making any progress, we'll disengage. And by disengage, we'll get out of view, and we'll follow up at a later time. That might be a couple of hours later, that might be the next day. And we've had positive effects from that. So we have, within the organization, developed a procedure that is modeled somewhat after LA and Portland and other, San Antonio specifically. And we've implemented it, and we've had positive effects. I think that is addressing some of what you're saying. We're no longer kicking doors in simply for a Section 12 to drag someone out, because we create the exigency by doing that. There's an acknowledgement that within, and that acknowledgement really existed long before any of this occurred, that it made more sense to back away and to diffuse the situation and then re-engage at a later moment. Now, if the dynamic is different, if the incident is different, for example, that emotionally disturbed person has a knife to his mother's throat, then it's a different situation entirely. And it turns into a criminal offense. We just went from a civil offense to a criminal offense. And we have to take the appropriate action. We may have to force entry, may have to take or use force to handle that situation. But through the use of the rule and the training, we've created some guidelines there, and I think it's been very successful. I mean, our use of force has gone down, which I think is what you're asking, I think what you're addressing.
Yeah, no, specifically for people, I think that's incredibly helpful, and it seems like you have realized that the presence of police officers has the ability to escalate a situation, particularly with people with disabilities, and by falling back. So thank you, I appreciate it. My time is up, but if you want to answer, please.
So you know, the Boston Police, we established a program called the North Star Program, because when Officer Maffeo, when we came into the unit, we noticed that when these loved ones go missing, whether it's Alzheimer's or kids with autism, there is first of all, we have to search and find them. So we have a program where it's a database that is almost like it's flagged that we know their coping mechanisms, and we know where they go all the time. So the officer, once again, this is back to relationships. You know, I don't expect every officer to know every single person in the community, but they're the same constant people that run or go missing, and the Alzheimer's patients. So where do they go? What do they look like? And we actually have a booklet, so when a person goes missing, we send it to Officer Maffeo, to the CSO. They work with that family, it's voluntarily, and it's just that we have a better response to that we have a better response, and also brings awareness to our officers in the community to know who is in their community. So when they see that, and when the kid's small, no issue. As they grow older, and you add where they live, and they're not responding, you know, that's where we have to have the more awareness. And we also do training into the academy. She comes into the academy, teaches an entire class on it, so we are taking now the response and how we handle that from the academy all the way to the street. So we are responding, and we are addressing that issue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No further questions.
Thank you. I am filling in for the chair. Different person. Chairwoman Fernandez Anderson has a meeting, and so she'll be back. But for this moment, you have me. We're now moving on to Councilor Flaherty.
Chair, and again, thank you to the police department for all the work that you guys do. It was great to see Superintendent Doughton, so I'm just going to give a shout out. Great to see you, Sharon. You have distinguished yourself and excelled at every level of the BPD, and you've probably worked in most, if not all, investigative units. And I can speak for anyone that has worked with you. You are hardworking, street smart, no nonsense, and a person of integrity and ethics. And it's always good to be in your company, so it's great to see you. And in continuing on with shout-outs, we're blessed with great captains. My office is a citywide council. We deal with a lot of the captains on a regular basis. All of them have been super responsive, and I know that they change from time to time with promotions, et cetera, but we've done a great job with our captains and our community service officers. I happen to think my neighborhood, we have the best with Captain Boyle, who again is just a pleasure to work with, keeping the community involved and engaged with his team down in 6. And so there's so many folks and so many captains we could recognize. And Nora, I know you've worked closely with all of them as well as the community service officers. So again, we are the model across the country, and it's that type of leadership. It's those relationships that have been built that sets us apart from other cities our size or bigger. And that's why we are the envy, if I can reiterate that. I want to just focus maybe on 2 units. The Marine unit, we heard from the fire department yesterday, they talked about how busy their Marine unit was with, I think they had 7 recoveries this year. We have a Marine unit. I know I see Sergeant Cheevers who used to head that unit behind me with the LNG tankers, Massport's increased activity, the expansion down around the South Boston waterfront and the downtown waterfront, commuter boats zigzagging regularly. We now have seaplanes, and we're obviously the sending flight path to Logan Airport. Lots of accidents, and there have been recoveries over the last several summers. Are we supporting our Marine unit the way it should be supported? Do they have the equipment and the training and the experience, and our members certified divers to assist in those efforts? Anybody? Bueller?
Yeah, I believe we do have divers. I think it's, I think the divers are, I could, you know, I'll probably come back with the exact, I can get you the exact statistics, but the dive team is an on-call team of dive qualified officers. So some of those officers are in the district, some are detectives, and they do train periodically, but when there is an incident, they'll call them up, and then that team will form and respond. If that answers your question.
It does, yeah. And then obviously then the equipment we have down the Marine unit between the boats, the technology, the sonar, all that stuff, is everything up to date and up to code? And
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. Very great. And again, this is based on the fire department talking about how busy the harbor has been pre-COVID. Obviously it got a little quiet during COVID, but now we're on full effect. And then the auto investigative unit, would love to see if we could create a task force. We were at a meeting, several of my colleagues were at a hot button meeting yesterday about, last night about the, you know, the motorbikes, the scooter gangs that are menacing and at times violent and terrorizing residents and neighborhoods, and we seem to have our hands tied because we have a no chase policy. This body back in 2015 strengthens the regulations around that to give police the tools that they need, but again, it's blocked by the no chase rule, and I know that the scooter, the motorbike's going to win that chase every time. They're going to go up on the sidewalk and on the Brockway and what have you. And we don't want to have an incident where someone gets killed in pursuit, but we see what's happening in Rhode Island. We've seen what's happened down in Miami. We have to do something to curtail or to stop it because we're just enabling bad behavior. It's destructive, it's violent. Someone's going to get hurt, either the operators of these motorbikes and scooters themselves or an innocent and unsuspecting pedestrian. What can we do to support the auto investigative unit to give them the tools? I'm thinking it's a task force. I'm thinking it's some type of coordinated effort, maybe a multi-agency effort. I would argue that probably a lot of them are stolen. I know the last sweep we did, they were stolen. They had multiple warrants with violent offenses, and we recovered some weapons. What are we doing? Because this is one of the big issues. It's going to continue to percolate throughout the summer. We've got 80-degree weather this weekend. This is probably going to be an issue along with roof decks and fireworks. What are we doing to restore that the sense from the community that we're doing the best we can to curtail it? It seems like everyone's going to, nothing we can do here. We can't chase them, so it is what it is. If we do that, we will be Rhode Island, we will be Miami in a relatively short period of time.
Yep, some of what you're talking about we have done. We've taken two Tango guys, traffic guys from districts, and we've given them to the auto task force from the spring to the fall to work for the auto task force to give them additional bodies. The other thing we've done is, we've used this for a couple of years now, at least two. We've created a barrier plan that goes up at night and then comes down at the end of the night to deny certain areas to the lowriders so they can't build up and have those huge groups of lowriders there. The other thing that we've done, and this is primarily on the auto task force, and they do a great job with this, is identify the lowriders or the cars that are consistently a problem, and then what they do is they submit moving violations on them for every violation that they can possibly find or that they are in fact violating. And that usually transmits into heavy fines or them losing their license. Now that takes a little bit of time for it to take effect, but in the last year and a half, what we've seen is once we start submitting these violations and these people that have the lowriders or the vehicles start getting these moving violations, they tend not to come back to the city. So could the task force be more robust? It could be, if we had more bodies. We've done the best we can. We've given them 2 additional bodies from the districts. And the barrier plan is it's orchestrated by BFS, by one of our people. and that is synchronized, or it is, every district that's involved in it is made aware of where the barriers are. And now it's become a drill. They put the barriers up at night, they take them down early morning. So it is having an impact. It's a slower impact. You have to wait for those moving violations to catch up. And I know that's, for a lot of residents, that's not...
It's very frustrating.
I understand.
And we're hearing
I
it, all
agree.
of us as councils are hearing it across the city in the community meetings. Sergeant Humphreys has been awesome to deal with. He worked very closely with this body to enhance the regulations back in 2015. If we can give him or that unit the resources they need and get that intel, because a lot of it's on social media. We're seeing a situation where the flatbeds are coming in with the bikes and scooters, and then they're just distributing. And then and again, you wouldn't mind if it was a leisurely ride. That's not what it is. Red lights and stop signs and zigzagging and creating a significant public safety hazard. And then obviously at times it's become violent, as we've seen, that those are the ones that make the news, that beat up a poor, like, old timer. I mean, you gotta be kidding me. I mean, how cowardly was that? And again, we saw, we can't chase. And you know, I wish I had a set of wigwags. I'd chase them down.
And just to add, like you said, it's reckless behavior. It is very hard for us to stop a lot of these individuals because, one, we're not going to pursue them because a lot of these kids are not wearing helmets, and that can result in them getting injured, and also innocent people driving that could cause injury to themselves. So we are working with the environmental police, inspectional service, because a lot of times these individuals are housing them in storage facilities or in the back of their homes. And we're also working with the fire department, so if we do get reports and complaints, we will follow up to see if they're loading them in U-Haul vans and driving them. We do get a lot of calls from outside agencies saying there's a U-Haul truck filled with motorbikes coming towards the city. It looks like they're going to be parked somewhere. So it helps that we know where these locations are so we can prevent a pursuit or a chase, so we can stop them once they're stationary, and then we can do our investigative leads to seize and tow those vehicles. But again, a lot of residents do call and complain. They do send us videos of the reckless behavior, but our hands are a lot of times tied because there'll be 20 or 30 of them, and they'll surround a car or surround even a police cruiser and cause damage, and they know in fact that we cannot pursue them. So
And the fact that they know that allows them to continue and to grow their numbers. And one of our issues is we as councilors, when there's no enforcement on that, we get blamed at the community level, and it's sort of very frustrating that we can't figure out how to do this. Anything we can do to bolster that unit, give them, particularly in the warmer months, would be greatly appreciated.
And if I can add, while I was driving through my neighborhood with my family, I observed one of these groups that you're describing, and what was most disturbing to me was one of the riders had a toddler on the gas tank. Now, the gas tank is not a proper seat for any passenger, but by virtue of a toddler, while this operator was doing exactly what you're saying, weaving and failing to stop for stop signs or red lights of what I could see at the time, it just makes it that much more difficult to address when you have that element as part of the problem. So, but we're working hard with the auto theft unit, like you said, Sergeant Humphreys and all his resources. He's been working extensively with the City Council and also the DA's office to try to find some solutions to try to corral these folks in, and there's a lot of clandestine stuff that's occurring in the background.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, deputies.
Thank you. If you'd like to add, you have less than a minute, so go ahead.
My one addition, just for the record, is that in regards to this problem, we've had an intelligence analyst at the BRIC that is assigned to vehicle crimes, and her sole responsibility has been supporting the auto theft task force with analysis of patterns and trends, helping them to structure investigations, where to be, when to be, what those targets of those likely investigations should be, vetting out information that's coming in from those investigations to help us strategize better in the long haul. So just to want to add that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I too was at that meeting last night where folks were discussing the ATVs, and I think it was important that there were members from law enforcement and city councilors there that were able to actually describe that the no chase policy is actually rooted in harm reduction. It's not the idea of rooting it in, we don't, we're not trying to solve the problem. It's, we know that if we chase, it leads to harm. So harm reduction. And I think that was a great explanation to give to community members last night. It's not just this baseless policy that we have. It's very intentional. It is also my time, but we have folks here for public testimony, and they're here virtually. So I'm going to cede my time to them. If we can get them on. Thank you to the folks who have been waiting ever so patiently virtually to offer testimony. We will now turn to you as soon as we are able. We all set? Okay. Are you gonna get it on these? I think that usually they are. Okay. Here.
Anne-Marie Grant for the record. I'd like to recommend internal affairs workflow needs to be moved to the OPAT along with...
Hold on one moment. Is this on video? Can you introduce yourself?
Anne-Marie Grant for the record.
Thank you. You now have the floor for 2 minutes.
I'd like to recommend internal affairs workflow needs to be moved to OPAT. Along with that portion of BPD's budgets, all complainants should be directed to OPAT. It's great money has been allocated to body cams, however, they need to be turned on and actually used. Justin Root was shot 51 times by Boston police during a mental health crisis. The police response was excessive, yet when I put in a public records request for body cam footage, only 10 videos, it appears, only 10 officers out of that excessive response activated their body cams, and the attitude and the behavior on the body cam footage was disturbing. The tap on the camera to let other officers know they were still recording, throwing up the V to let them know, verbally letting them know. Robust is putting it lightly, $395 million. Imagine if the funds were invested in community resources. Imagine that taking $100 million from this excessive budget and investing it in the neighborhoods that need it the most for community services, meals, childcare, college, help and resources for the community. Tax money needs to support neighborhoods like Roxbury and Mattapan. Imagine what effect investing in community resources could have on reducing public interaction with police. We need to be proactive with tax dollars. Shift funds for 3 to 5 years, and I bet it would substantially change the community. Also, these officers need a psych evaluation yearly. It's critical for people who can take a life without consequence. $43 million in overtime, I'd like to see that decreased significantly. How many go to details on top of their overtime? Having all these details at Brigham and Women's and other hospitals takes officers hours from their regular beat. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. And next up, we have Daniel Purdy.
Daniel Purdy for the record. I just wanted to talk about community. We seem to talk about let's have more cops, add 300 a year. If we took all that money and we reinvested it into our communities, like the last speaker was saying, and we provided better schools, better education, we tried to lift people out of poverty, those things alone would drive the crime rate down as well. I'm a firm believer in that. I think that we all need to work together. A lot of you guys I've heard today, I'm actually really impressed with. I'm really happy that a lot of you are on the city council right now. This is the first time I've actually interacted with the city council. I wasn't going to say anything today, but after listening to you guys, I can see that a lot of you guys really care about the issues that I care about, making sure that our community and the people within our community stay safe, and that we're also protected with the body cameras. It's not only for the protection of the citizen, it's also for the protection of the officer. But I was on, they have a body camera committee, and I was speaking at it, and they want to allow the officers to have access to the video. That just makes no sense to me. I don't understand that. I appreciate all the hard work that you men and women are doing, and just keep it up. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And I believe that's all for public testimony. Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you.
Wait, actually, I have two questions I want to ask. I just wanted to see if you were, okay. So I think before all of you,
I was here before Arroyo. No, I'm saying after you, it would be me and then Arroyo, right? Because.
Oh, well, so I'm filling in for the chair, and the chair set the rule that if you weren't here for the second round.
Which I was, because Councilor Lara was the first for a second round, right? Right? Could I have witnesses? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, okay. I'm not, but you see that she, yes, yeah, she would. But, I mean, it's the rule that the counselor set, so that the chairwoman set. But my questions are, during my first round of questioning, this, I referenced the fact that BPD said it's continuing to put more efficiencies in place to reduce overtime. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
How are you, ma'am? My name's Terrence Burke, B-U-R-K-E. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's Terrence, T-E-R-R-E-N-C-E. My last name is Burke, B-U-R-K-E. I currently reside in the city of Boston, in the Dorchester area. I'm here as a private citizen. I'm also affiliated with the department. Keep it real quick. Body-worn cameras are absolutely vital to my investigations. Absolutely vital. Picking up what other people say, things along those lines, gives an objective view to the jury when we go to the grand jury or whatever, the defense counsels, etc. I can't get into some of the investigations I have because they're active, but the analysts from the BRIC, completely vital to us. Numerous cases that I have now, due to some of the information that I received from the analysts at the BRIC, I now have cases going with that helped illuminate from within a North Shore gun trafficking, weapons trafficking, and ID theft with the now Secret Service, FBI, and DEA. Again, with the analysts, and this is all within the greater Dorchester. Analysts help numerous attempted murders from the BRIC cameras and with the information from the analysts. And there's also animal cruelty that's now led to multi-state, which is going to take a federal purview. And we appreciate everything you guys have done. And again, just the analysts, body-worn cameras, absolutely immeasurable how much they help in investigations to adjudicate and or prosecute individuals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all who have offered public testimony for staying under your 2-minute mark. So this appendix was given to all of everyone here from BPD. Appendix D, which I was referencing earlier, I believe I had said that it was in the presentation, but it was in the appendix to the response to your RFIs, to our RFIs. And it says that BPD will continue to put more efficiencies in place to reduce overtime. Could you please just speak to those efficiencies?
So the efficiencies that we're putting into place to reduce overtime is when we increase the physicians in our medical triage unit so that we can increase the number of appointments each week for the officers that we see.
Is that all? You spoke to that earlier. I was just wondering, what are the additional efficiencies?
The additional I mean, we're always looking at ways to reduce overtime, and I just wanted to point out that discretionary overtime is down 23% compared to last year. So we are recognizing that we need to get the overtime down, so we are looking at areas where we can reduce it. But with respect to the occupational health unit, just recently we instituted not a rule, but basically if you're out for more than 1 year, chances are you're not going to return to work, unless obviously there are those cases where there's exceptions. we are moving for involuntary retirement of those officers. Right now, I think we have 67 or 70 plus involuntary retirements up at the retirement board, waiting to get reviewed by the retirement board, and so that they can start their process. We are now starting to continue with those officers that have been out for 1 year. I mean, so basically, they're not in our count as officers. They're off our books, which will allow us to obviously get more officers on our books, but not having them on our books, but not actively working, is where our overtime cost is increasing.
And I had someone earlier stated that overtime is taxing, and it's physically taxing on officers. But I will also add that there's a lot of overtime that isn't taxing. There's a lot of overtime that is eaten up by details, or that's eaten up by court appearances.
Details, if I may, is on the officer's own time. It's not part of our overtime budget, and those are paid by private vendors. So that's totally separate and doesn't roll into the overtime number.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But on terms of court appearances?
That would be Superintendent Eddings.
Hey, good morning again. So on court appearances, officers are obligated to respond to court or appear in court if they receive a summons. So what I've been doing is I've been trying to establish a relationship with the ADAs at the various district courts to notify us when there's a case that's not going to go forward. So in other words, a lot of officers, well, a good significant amount of officers have responded to court, but the case has been canceled and they're not receiving notification for those cancellations. So what I've been doing is I've been trying to have them give us sufficient time for cancellations, and then we can notify the officers that they do not have to appear at court, and that's going to reduce overtime. We had a little bit of success with that last year. There's been a turnover, my understanding, in the courts. So I just had them do it again last week. Each supervisor at the cases of each court had them reach out to the head ADA at their district court and ask them to send out another memo stating that we need ample time for notifications of cancellations.
And is there a minimum hour requirement for court appearances in terms of overtime?
Yes, there is.
Even if you're just going to drop off a piece of evidence?
That's correct.
Yeah, I think that is ripe for review. When we're talking about efficiencies to reduce overtime, that should be on the list.
The only thing, if I may interrupt, Counselor, that minimum 4 hours is part of their collective bargaining agreement, so that would have to be bargained with the unions.
I understand that completely. We're just talking about efficiencies generally, and this was repeated several times. I think it is fair to talk about the multiple ways in which we are able to be more efficient in overtime.
I'm sorry, excuse me, just to dovetail what the superintendent had mentioned, it's been an ongoing effort to work with the district attorney's office to give us ample notice of either appearances or notice of cancellations because of the collective bargaining agreements. As you just stated, if the officer is summoned to court, and in some cases summoned to the DA's office, which may include providing evidence or testimony or physical evidence, then the collective bargaining agreement mandates that they be paid the court appearance time, and it's a 4-hour minimum.
Yeah, I mean, another issue here too is that the courts were shut down for most of 2020 and a good bit of 2021. These cases are building up, and officers are getting all kinds of summonses at this point because of the buildup. Even though the courts are shut down, arrests were still made and cases were still built. So we're dealing with that right now as well.
And just to give a comparison, we are up from last year, fiscal year last year, but fiscal year 2020, we're actually down on the amount of overtime that we've expended for court.
For court appearances?
Yes.
Thank you. I will now yield to Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Chair, for your grace. Do appreciate it. So I kind of want to go back to the word that I have a hard time pronouncing, indemnification. Y'all remember that situation? Yes. Okay, let's go back to it. Because you said earlier that the increase in cost is based on workers' comp and health care. But we have a separate line items for workers' comp and health care. So I would like to hear from you is how is the BPD defining what indemnification is? Sorry, I can't pronounce the word. And if your view is that it's truly workers' comp and health issue, then why is it a separate line item from your workers' comp and healthcare expenses?
Of course. So indemnification is direct healthcare costs for those officers out on 111F. They've been injured on. The workers' comp line that you're seeing is truly workers' comp for civilians that might have been injured at work, like tripped on something and fell. Indemnification is just a term that we use that for public safety. We are responsible, if they are injured on our watch, to pay for their medical costs and care. A perfect example, like at the retirement board, once those officers and firemen are retired at the retirement board, they're also responsible for their indemnification costs as well. I use workers' comp, so people will be like, oh, now I understand, because indemnification's a pretty, people think it's a lawyer word, I mean, a legal word, but it's just basically how we pay our officers. It's the same as workers' comp. It's the 111 side of the workers' comp. The workers' comp that you've seen up top, I think, which is roughly either 250 or 300,000, represents the civilians' cost of care as a result of being injured while they've been working.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back to whoever's going to talk to me about the FIO situation. Make your way down if you're not already here. But according from the old data that we have from 2020, it looks like most of the FIO reports, FIOE reports come from Roxbury. And nearly a quarter of FIOE reports come from reasonable suspicion. So I'm just curious if you could help me understand, is the reasonable suspicion, is it higher or lower than the rest of the city? And I would love to know what reasonable suspicion is also defined as.
No, I'm good, thank
Anyone? That's why I said come on down, so I only got 8 minutes.
I'm not
so let's
responsible
go.
for the FIOs, but I can provide some analytic explanation for what you see going on there. The communities of Dorchester, Roxbury, and Mattapan have some of the highest crime rates in the city, and so that's particularly of importance when you're correlating what's going on between crime and the FIOs that are being conducted. Reasonable suspicion is a legal standard. I may, because I'm on the spot, mess up that definition. We probably would be better off looking it up, but it's based on an officer's training, education, and knowledge and experience that they have a reasonable expectation that a crime may be occurring. It's lower than a probable cause standard. Probable cause would be reason for arrest. Reasonable suspicion is based upon officer's knowledge and experience.
Yeah, I think when I get invited to the academy, I'm going to learn a little bit more about what reasonable suspicion looks like and who defines it and how you all are interpreting it. So I'm really looking forward to that invitation and being with you all, because I think that there's a lot of cultural competency work that we need to do in terms of that reasonable suspicion and who are we targeting. But I have 2 more questions. This is thank you for that. And you, my 2 questions are more around overtime. I just want to dig in a little bit more. If you could just talk to us about what % of overtime hours are for extended tour and additional tour hours, and how many of these hours are discretionary, and who, like police captains, central BPD, et cetera, has the power to determine how many hours to make available. So that's one question. And then the other question that I'd like to know a little bit about is, do all of the replacement, quote unquote, replacement personnel hours refer to shifts when an officer calls out and their shift must be made available by contract? And how many of these hours are discretionary? And if there are discretionary hours, who, Boston police captains, central BPD, et cetera, I think I asked that question twice, but it also refers to this here in terms of replacement personnel.
Well, if you're talking about replacement, there's minimum manning for each shift, and it varies from district to district, and that is how many service cars were one-man cars, how many two-man cars, which are rapid response cars. Usually there's one wagon, and if you fall beneath that minimum manning as defined by that district, then you have to hire to fill that minimum manning. So I mean, it's pretty cut and dry. If you're down 2 men or 2 women, 2 offices, then you have to hire 2 offices to meet minimum manning for that district.
Okay. So could someone tell me what was the target for overtime hours for July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, and how many actual overtime hours were used, and what was the cost of that? And then my last question is, what was the target for overtime hours for July 21st through June 30th, 2022? How many actual overtime hours have been used, and what was the cost? What is the projected total overtime hours through June 30th, 2022, and what is the projected cost?
So as of, for fiscal year 2022, if I can start with that, because I have that right in front of me, I'm going to have to fish out where I have 22 in this book, or 21 in this book, but for fiscal year 22, our budgeted hours were $655,571. That's the budget, which equates to $43,923,226. Right now, we're at a, and we usually measure overtime on hours because the hourly rate fluctuates based on collective bargaining agreements. So we usually project on hours. So year-to-date, as of April 29, 2022, our total overtime costs actual right now are $896,072 hours.
Okay.
And I'm projecting that our total overtime hours for fiscal year 22 will be $1,013,165.
Thank you for that. And then there's my last question, I promise. I'm wondering, in terms of operations, how many officers do we have on paid leave? How many on paid leave for over a year? And what's the effect on operations as a result? And how do we get them back to work?
So I don't have the breakout of how long readily available they've been out on leave, but I certainly can provide that. But right now, we have 201 officers out injured. And as I said before, trying to get them back, we've increased our medical staffing in the occupational health unit. We've moved forward to involuntary retire officers that have been out for more than a year or more. As I said before, we had anywhere between 67 and 70 cases up at the retirement board with requests for the applications to involuntary retire them either under accidental disability, Chapter 7, or ordinary disability. It's just we're constantly trying to get them in for visits, have our medical providers evaluate, ask questions, reach out to their physicians to try to get them back. We are being successful, but at the same time, people are going out.
Yeah, and I just want to go on the record to, and this is my last thing, I promise, is to really underscore the importance of mental health and wellness for our workforce. And really, when we think about professional development, is making mental health and wellness a standard. Like, we really need to make sure that we're uplifting the social and emotional well-being of our workforce, because the way they show up is how they show up. And if they're not well, then that it also impacts the way they interact with our constituents. So mental health is really important to us, and I think we need to pour a little bit more dollars into that bucket. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can we get this slideshow back and go to 2021 accomplishments, if possible? And for the public who's watching this and saw my questioning maybe an hour ago, this is gonna dovetail into that, and I'm gonna try and make this as coherent as we go from subject to subject to subject for the public. You know, I know it's just us in here, but there are folks who are watching this and are trying to better understand this budget and what Boston Police Department does. What I want to get to, and eventually we'll get it up there, is the 2021 accomplishments bring up the fact that crime is down, which is true and is a great thing for the city. But I often hear, including from fellow colleagues, that crime isn't actually down, that they're somehow gaming the numbers, or that doesn't reflect the actual arrests, or where there weren't arrests, they don't count the numbers for that, which we all know isn't true. But we haven't had an opportunity to have the Boston Police Department here to speak about the fact that these numbers are true, which is that total Part 1 crime is down 13%, which is homicides and serious violent offenses. That total violent crime is down 15%, that property crime is down 13%, and that we've actually seen a decrease in shooting victims. And while I have you on the floor here, if you could just, one, verify that's correct. Anybody can do that.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And then how do you, and this is for the public who, you know, for lack of a better word, is distrustful of these numbers. How do you put these numbers together? Is it true that if there's not an arrest, which I know it's not, but is it true that there's not an arrest, we don't count that statistic or any of those things? How do you actually get these numbers?
None of that sounds accurate based on what you described for the
So if you
record.
could just say how we get these numbers.
Sure. So the statistics are compiled through our records management system. So simply put, when the police are called to the scene of a crime or of an incident, they will determine whether or not a crime is committed. If a crime is committed, or for a variety of reasons, they will write a police report. That police report is then entered into a system. It goes through supervisory review through that officer's chain of command. And typically, a police report is written within a matter of a relatively short period of time.
Yeah, and
Okay,
just-
and then, sir?
Yeah, so just to keep it right there.
Yep.
And in that short amount of time, so basically, just so that folks pay attention, get it, when there is a police officer summons to a scene or call, or however they get there, when they get there, they make the determination as to whether or not there was a crime committed.
I believe that's accurate.
And then they file a police report, and then it's that data, it's the police report that generates the data on crime?
That is correct. That's correct.
So I just wanted to make sure we get where it's coming at.
But
So
there is another method. A person can walk into the police station and say, I was wrong.
self-report.
Yep.
And generate a report as well, and then that report goes up to the detective bureau.
But it still generates from a police report being written, essentially.
Yes.
Perfect. And that's a good, because that is sometimes how it happens. Folks will come in after the fact, or they will come in later to a police station and write a report. And so that's the genesis of where that data comes from.
Yes, each report is classified according to the incident type, the crime type.
Yep.
Even that gets processed through a field reporting unit that makes sure that the description of what is described is accurate to the sense of what the crime is. And then once that is finalized, that data is tabulated, and that is the data that we produce publicly at the request of others to show what the statistics are.
Perfect. And just one of the common refrains I hear all the time, I think it's wrong, and I push back on it, but I think it would be good for BPD to push back on it now that you're here, is that crime is only down because police are no longer bothering to write police reports. That's not actually accurate, correct?
That's not accurate.
Fantastic. Thank you. That's all I got on that part. If I can get back to the calculations on minimum staffing. One of the things I've been trying to find for 2 years is how are we calculating those minimum staffing numbers? What is the formula that is being used to put together the number that you need for minimum staffing?
There is no formula, and there's no formula nationally. The minimum staffing levels have been fairly consistent for the last decade. The way that you come to minimum staffing is by looking at call volume and an analysis of crime patterns or public safety patterns over a period of time, not a spike.
Yeah, so
something
not a
that-
wave, or a short-term spike.
That's correct. So if you're asking for, is there some formula, there is no formula that I'm aware of.
So how do we get, I guess what I want to know in the clearest possible ways, what makes you go, A1 needs 134 officers? What is the decision to do that? Is it a few people in a room just spitballing numbers? What gets put into that so that the public has a better understanding?
As I said, that's been fairly consistent for 10 years, at least 10 years. Is there some analysis as to adding? Sure, but as long as I've been up at BFS, we've never been at minimum staffing. So we've never been able to achieve that anyway. But have we looked at it? Is there some analysis done over the long term, over a year and a half? Yes, that's what CompStat is for. CompStat is every 2 weeks, and those crime patterns are looked at. Those patterns and trends are identified, and resources are committed to, for the short term and for the long term, to combat those trends and patterns. So there is a strategy there. Where if you're asking for a formula, that formula doesn't exist.
Okay. I just wanted to understand what the rationale was for how we get to those numbers better. I'm going to jump to something that feels a little different, but is something we've talked about, which is it's on fiscal year 23 budget highlights, 1.42 million for body-worn cameras, but it says excluding specialty units. Is the youth strike task force a specialty unit?
And I'd like to correct that. I confirmed with our body camera unit, because when I was reviewing this last night, I questioned that myself. Every sworn member of the Boston Police Department will be outfitted with a body camera. So that is an error on that slide presentation.
Fantastic. So that means every officer who is on the street.
Every officer. We also have our entire patrol force right now has that 2-to-1 ratio. There are many other officers that are in units, such like like an evidence control unit up in Hyde Park where the warehouse is.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. It's my
They-
district.
Yeah, River Street. They have their body worn cameras as well. So this will be the detectives and the supervisors and the remaining sworn that have not been outfitted with a body worn camera.
Okay, that's perfect. And does this include when they're doing overtime?
Yes, it does.
Fantastic. I know that's been a concern over the years. I want to get to the medical while we're still here. One of the issues that we've had is that we are at about a 12% folks out on leave. Is that about accurate, that number? That at least what it was last year. Do you know what it is right now? It's 312.
So just to clarify that right now we're at 201 officers that are out on medical for injured on.
That's separate and apart, obviously, from maternity leave or anything like that.
Some officers are on military leave, some officers are on admin leave, and some officers are out on FMLA leave for their own injury or treatment that they need outside of work.
Fantastic. And so do we know what the number, I know you said you had 67 to 70 involuntary that you're trying to move forward with. How many folks?
More.
Probably more. So I kind of want to get into that. So one of the, I'll finish it here and then I guess it looks like it's going to be me on round 3 anyway, so we're going to be coming right back around. But in terms of the officers that are out on medical leave, is there a requirement when you are out on medical leave? And the reason why I say this is when they are out on medical leave, they receive their full salary, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is there a requirement that when you're out on medical leave, you are actually making every attempt to re-enter the force?
Yes.
Is there some kind of written requirement to have to sign something or testify or pledge to something?
We actually, just recently, we instituted a document that was emailed to every officer that was out on MIS, and it was also sent US mail, and it's also in a poster in the occupational health unit, along with a flyer that even if you come in the last month 3-4 times, you're gonna get a copy of that flyer every single time.
And what is the penalty if you are actually have no intention of coming back to the police force, but are trying to make sure that you receive full pay for that 5-year tenure time that you're allowed to do that?
Well, that 5 and 10-year time are all at the retirement board right now, but we are still calling them in to see them.
So here's why I ask. Last year, we received a petition seeking catastrophic injury pay. Came in with 7 names. It ended up not being 7 names when it was all said and done because several of those officers were actually not even retired. They were still receiving full pay, and they were still out injured, and they were allegedly trying to get back into the force, yet putting their name to paper to the council in a public records way, requesting catastrophic injury pay, while at the same time being paid under the, I guess, guise that they were trying to get back to the police force. And so the question is, what consequences are there when folks have no intention of ever coming back? And I think for viewers who are watching this, it's really important because when you go out on disability pay, it's a 70% of your salary, it's not 100%. And so there's obvious reasons why somebody would want to delay that inevitable step down to 70% of their pay if they're allowed to make 100%. But the reality is, as I understand it, that time that we give folks on medical leave is for folks who are actually actively trying to return to the service, not to get more time getting 100% of their pay. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, and so are there consequences for folks who dupe the system in that way? Who are not trying to come back but are trying to maximize their earnings?
Well, I look at this, I don't know if they're duping it or not, Counselor, but one of the frustrations that we currently have at the Op Health unit is that we have an officer who comes in, as yourself, looking very healthy, and our providers do not treat that officer, they evaluate. And they come in with a doctor's note, and his doctor says, well, he's still another 6 weeks, 8 weeks out. And that's where it gets frustrating on our part, because our hands are tied at that point. You know, they have a doctor's note, we have one doctor saying one thing, their doctor saying another thing, and we're at a standstill. All I can say is that we keep trying, and so we call them back in another 2 weeks on that.
And so I guess, because I think we have the same goal here, and I'll flip it back and then it'll come right back to me in a second. But basically, the reason I ask is if there's no penalty, if there's no way for somebody to have any sort of consequence for that, I think anybody would try to stay for as long as they could on that. I think that's what people would do. But if there was a consequence for that, then I think you wouldn't. And so I guess the question is, do we have any consequence for that? Because if we don't, Why would anybody?
Well, right now, like I said, if you're out more than 1 year, the consequence, and you're still producing a doctor's note that says that you can't come back,
You move for involuntary.
we move them through involuntary.
But how long does that take, and are they fully paid while that process is going on?
That I would have to confirm with the executive director of the retirement board, Tim Smith. I can't speak on his behalf.
Okay, the only reason I say it is because if we want to get a different reaction or a different result, it's going to need some changes there. So I'm going to kick it back to the chair because it's coming right back. We'll have different questions, but I just wanted to touch on that because it was striking to me that we had officers who were telling the Boston Police Department we're trying to come back to the force while also requesting from the city council full catastrophic injury pay. And so those are the kinds of things where I'm trying to figure out, well, how can you be telling them that you're coming back? You got some doctor that you're in full good conscience trying to come back there, but then you're coming here telling us absolutely not, I can't do it at all. And so those things don't add up. And so that's where I have concerns with the process. And that just happened last year, and some of those names are now up this year for the very same benefits. And so that's concerning for me.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. I apologize for that. I assure you, a meeting with the mayor is a good excuse to step out. So sorry. What are BPD's minimum staffing levels, and how does BPD determine whether they need more officers? And if you've answered this already, please just say we've covered that.
Yeah, I believe we have.
Thank you. And how often is this evaluated? That was covered? How often?
I don't think that aspect of the question was covered. I know that currently the department is reviewing to have an outside entity assist with that process on establishing minimum mannings based on absence of a formula or algorithm that we spoke about earlier.
Okay,
So
thank
that's
you.
under review.
Okay, that question, I know that was answered. What is a detailed plan to get officers back to work or retired that are on leave? That was answered?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll just go to my questions. Did we talk about the demographics of BPD? Okay. So, according to the numbers that we got, I mean, in terms of like your top paid salaries, it looked like it was sort of evened out, like, 40% black, 40% white, and then 20% Hispanic. I mean, that doesn't include Asian, but it's only top 10, so I'm quite sure that goes as different. But then that's top paid 8 males and only 2 females. Are we looking at, gender salary equality or pay equality in the BPD, and what are we doing about that?
So all salaries, regardless of your gender or ethnicity, are driven by collective bargaining agreements and pay scales depending on your longevity. So there might be somebody that's first on as a new recruit, obviously is not making as much as somebody that might be depending on for like 25 years because there are pay scales and steps. So we have no control over that. That's all through collective bargaining agreement based on longevity and education. With respect to only 2 female and 8 males, I would chalk that up as not necessarily they're not making that much money because they're female. I can only assume, just based on me looking at that, is that these females might not work as much overtime, elect not to work as much overtime or details. A lot of the salaries are further compensated through overtime and detail. So that is a variable cost, and that's based on how much you want to work, although there are times when you're ordered in, mandated. And as far as details is basically voluntarily, it's off when you're not working, it's on your own time. And, we have some officers that are just 100% details, and then we have other officers that just do 100% overtime, and then we have a mix of the two. But I think it's based on whether you choose to work that overtime or choose to work that detail. But as far as the pay scales, that's all driven by the years of service, your longevity, and your education. So there's nothing, it has nothing to do with your ethnicity or your gender.
Okay, thank you. However, the population or the demographics is only 37 BIPOC, meaning like Latinos, Blacks, Asians, everybody of color, all in one, but then it's 63% white. And then when you compare that to the demographics of Boston, Boston is a city that is a white minority city, so under 50%. So what are we doing about that?
The BPD recognizes that. The classes are driven by the civil service list and where you fall on the civil service list. But we did, Michael Gaskins, who was our former diversity officer, he's over at the fire right now, did heavily recruitment, down to in Dunkin' Donuts, would see a young gentleman there, give him his card, hey, have you ever thought of becoming a police officer? Here's the website to go on to civil service. This is how you have to take it all starts with the civil service exam. We recognize that we want to have a force that represents the neighborhoods of the city, and that's with the Cadet program. So the Cadet program is instrumental in doing this, but I also find that, I also see if you go back a couple of classes, the last 3-4 years, each class has getting more and more diverse. So I think you'll see that changing, and I think we can attribute it to Michael Gaskin's efforts for recruitment, for people to take the civil service exam, along with the Cadet program, and that avenue that they can go to become a police officer.
Thank you. And then for your contracts, I have a report here. Only 6 are minority and women-owned contractors, but I didn't count this list. But you can see that it's like
we have quite a few contracts. But I'd like to point out that
keeps going.
When a vendor registers in the city's portal,
it's a lot.
It's a lot. It's
6 minority and women-owned.
But that doesn't necessarily reflect the actual. So, for example, if I'm a vendor and I'm a woman-owned business, if I don't check that box when I register as a vendor, they're never going to pick me up as a woman-owned business. There's a box that you check on the vendor profile in the city's portal that will ask you those questions. Are you disabled? Are you a woman? Are you a small business owner? If they don't check that, I believe the city, through the new vendor supplier department that has been recently created, is working to correct that. Not correct it because, for example, you don't have to provide that information if you don't want to, but I think they're trying to improve that so we get a better capture of how many small businesses there are, minority-owned, women-owned, locally owned.
Yeah, I always like to preface my questions by saying what's tough about these conversations is that the people that are answering them are not necessarily responsible for those systemic oppressive structures that is causing these problems. And we, the people that are here in this room, probably agree that it needs to be totally different, that it's systemically racist, that it's not equitable. But then when we're talking, the conversations of race and equity is extremely hard because we all have sensitivities around it. So I want to respectfully say that I recognize this, and I don't, it's not, the conversation is not personal to those in this room, but rather a collective effort for the council, the city, the mayor, and the department to work together to make these changes. And as long as we agree that that is the goal, and we're not taking it personal, disrespecting each other in those efforts, then I think that we can make progress.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, we do everything we can to make sure that we're in compliance in our efforts to get more local businesses, small businesses, minority-owned businesses, women businesses. We follow the city guidelines going through the certified list. So if we go out to bid for a contract, we put it out for public bid. We also go down the certified list that's provided by the city. And if there is a vendor that provides the similar services, we also mail them that bid or tell them how to apply on the portal. We've participated in every vendor fair that the city's had at the bowling building prior to COVID, and we've also participated on several onlines that we recognize that. And I mean, one thing that is unfortunate, and I've been in several meetings many years ago about this, is that some of our contracts are very big, and the cost of the contracts are very expensive for a small vendor based on the Mass General Law, Chapter 149 for DCAM certification. That's it's tough.
Thank you. So out of the 395 million, you know, in sum, 852,250 for your budget, you are allocating $4 million in Bureau of Community Engagement. And of that $4 million this year, it's only taken an increase of $51,000. And so that's extremely concerning. $4 million, do you think that's enough? And maybe Ms. Laura or Superintendent Bastian, please, in terms of, you know, development, or in terms of increasing equity, in terms of engaging the community, in terms of all the mental health and stuff we're talking about, do you feel that's enough to run the facilities? Do you have enough programming? These contracts that I see for youth services and mental health, they're very small. And so I could probably, you know, aggregate the numbers in terms of specifically toward behavioral health that you're putting in the community. Do you feel that you are where you need to be in capacity or money to do that?
Actually, Counselor, those contracts do not come under the Bureau of Community Engagement. I have not actually seen this budget submission, but we don't hold those kind of contracts.
I think some of those contracts that you're referring to, that might be smaller from possibly nonprofits, and I'm not looking at it directly, might be a result of some of the grants that we have in place, where we do, like, for example, the Shannon grant is one grant that we have. That's $1.6 million that we receive last year it was 1.8, this year it was 1.8, which is from the Executive Office of Public Safety, and basically we go out for an RFP on those, and the monies are distributed, or the recipients is what we would call them, are all nonprofits that have interest in the neighborhoods, the various neighborhoods in the city, and they specialize a lot with youth engagement, youth employment services, youth training. So that's one of the external fund grants that we bring in. So those might be the reason for the smaller contracts that you're seeing, because it's 1.6 million divided up among many nonprofits.
1.6 million?
The Shannon grant, yes, it's external funds.
Oh, I see. So then 1.6 million for the entire city of Boston for, you know, mental health and all that stuff, like that's a little bit. And then, but then most of them come from outside of Boston. So if we're contracting outside of Boston to serve Boston, you know what I mean? Like maybe and I hear you on the engagement and finding services and finding those contracts so that they're local, so that they're inclusive of race and gender, right? And LGBTQI populations. We want to be all inclusive, right? But then if they're coming outside of Boston,
I don't believe there's any regulations around that. Basically, if we put out something for an invitation to bid under Mass General Law, which is what we do, it's always the lowest bidder per fields.
I guess an issue in policy, right? Because we're talking about that the officers should represent the demographics that they serve. At the same time, we're also contracting outside, not representing the demographics that is being served. We have people with complexes and issues and superiority issues, whatever, that come from other cultures outside of Boston to serve inner city people. And we know that these services disproportionately impacts Black and brown children. And so in that sense, I think the conversations about changing those policies is warranted here.
But I don't think it's a policy, Counselor. With all due respect, I think it's the law. Like, for example, if we put something out under Mass General Law, Chapter 149, Chapter 30B, I don't think it's written anywhere as far as a law goes that we're confined, but it's saying you can only offer bids. I mean, I think that's...
We're saying the same thing. Thank you.
I know.
We're saying, it's like semantics, right? Like, we're saying the same thing. Law, policy, protocols, whatever. Like, it's not written somewhere on how we need to do this. So maybe that needs... Accountability means that there's a certain protocol that we follow, and that we are saying, you know, this impacts Black and brown kids. This impacts predominantly Roxbury. This is why B2 has 99 officers, I heard, right? This is why this impacts Dorchester, Mattapan. This impacts Black and brown kids. then we got to put way more money in community engagement. And that means that we also contract Black and brown, that we also contract women and LGBTQ communities, that we also hire cadets in all these programs. We're talking the same language. I'm just bringing it up to surface as a chair, saying that these conversations have to be truly transparent. We have to publicize all of this for all the community members who are watching but not watching, and teaching them and how the BPD contract services and why and where they're coming from and why the services are not actually accessible or sustainable, because there are communities that don't represent the demographics in Boston and certainly does not understand the culture and the needs of Black and brown children, again, who are mostly impacted by this. I yield my time. I've taken over. I will not take a third round because my counselors police me. My colleagues police me on my time. And although the chair, I have the right to use it as I please, but I will not. This third round, I think, we'll do 3 to 5 minutes tops. We have to close. We have another hearing. This is still the second? You haven't gone?
Sorry.
Council Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have not gone yet for the last round. Yes, the third. Thank you. Excuse me.
So she was wrong. You haven't gone for the second? She has not gone for her second. You talk so much you forgot you talk? No. You guys leave. All right, Council Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I don't want to belabor the issue because I think Councilor Arroyo has done a good job at that. Having the conversation around the minimum staffing, I think you've answered all of my questions related to that. But you mentioned that there were decisions that were made, and I'm wondering who are the people in the room specifically, like at whose discretion, like who are the people who are having the conversation? You said that there was data that was considered, crime stats, all of that is good. So who is considering that specifically?
What are you talking about, within the district or from the
Yeah,
department?
to make the recommendations for district's minimum staffing. You said that there wasn't a formula, but that there were things that were considered, and I'm wondering who are the people who are making those considerations?
Well, it'd be the district commanders and the staff.
The district
But again,
commanders.
that's, you're driven by manning, you're driven by manpower. If you don't have that manpower, you can't make the adjustments, and that's the point at which we're at now.
Yeah, no, I understand your answers. I'm pretty clear.
But
I just wanted to know who
The
was
answer
ultimately
again is
making those decisions.
there is a mechanism. I mean, there are factors that are considered, and that is call volume and patterns of crime or public safety that are reviewed during ComStat, which are reviewed every 2 weeks. And that's the entire staff and all the district commanders and all the specialized unit leaders.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I want to talk about the total of the police budget and some hidden costs, right? So the police department right now has the budget, I think, at 396 million budget, for example, but none of the administration and finance budget, health insurance, any of that is included in that budget, right? And so when you include that in the budget, that's correct. Thank you. So when we're looking at that, the budget is upward of over $500 million. So before I became a city councilor, I was a nonprofit executive for a decade, and so I understand how we move line items over to make a narrative. And I think it's incredibly important for transparency that we have the actual number for what the Boston Police Department is. So how much do you have in the administration and finance budget for health insurance, and how much of that goes to the Boston Police Department? Where in the budget are the payroll taxes and additional benefits for police officers? How much is that amount as well? And how much of the budget goes to pension for police?
So
I basically want to know what's the amount.
the fringe rate that's set forth by the city. So I think that you would probably want to engage in a conversation as well with OBM, because the fringe component, like for example, a lot of times people forget they have fringe benefits when they take a job. You know, there's their salary, which is what's in here, and then there's the fringe. So they have certain participating costs taken out of their paycheck every month, such as their portion of the health insurance, their portion of the retirement. So that is taken out of their gross earnings. As far as retirement goes, what gets taken out for retirement is based on the year that you were hired. So some people might be having 5+2 taken out. Myself, I'm having 9+2 taken out because I was hired back, don't even remember. But anyway, but also I have insurance taken out, my portion. So part of the benefit of being a city employee is the city's picking up a certain percentage of your health insurance. My health insurance, my portion that I'm obligated to pay based on what the city will kick in is in here. But the city, based on what the benefit package that they offer you, is picked up by the other city portion.
Thank you so much. So you're suggesting that ultimately the fringe benefits are outside of the Boston Police Department and I should be asking the mayor's office?
Well, no, the fringe benefits are set forth. The fringe rate is set by the city of Boston as far as this is how much we'll allocate towards Medicare, health, and retirement. But it's no different that if, you know, if it was a private institution or a nonprofit, depending on the benefit package that they offer you, they're going to say, okay, well, we offer health insurance, but your participation in the health insurance covered is 50%. The city, as an added benefit to you, will pick up the other 50.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Madam Chair, how much time do I have left?
4 minutes.
Thank you so much. Just for the record, I'm not advocating for a decrease in your benefits, obviously. I think that workers deserve to receive all of their benefits, their fringe benefits, their health insurance, but am I advocating for a decrease in the police budget? Yes, right? Why? Because I think you're doing too much, and I think you think you're doing too much. The answer to responding to crimes of poverty is not more police officers, it's to reduce the poverty rate, right? And we're talking about youth violence. The response to that is programming, prevention, mediation. It's not right. So all of those things, housing, education, all of the things that we know, right? We talked about this intelligence-driven approach to the way that you do policing in the city of Boston. It requires that we look at data. We have all of the data about what reduces crime in the city of Boston. You are not required to solve those problems. You should not be required to solve the problem of the fact that people are homeless, that people are experiencing trauma, the fact that, you know, schools, poverty, that's not your job to do. And so in order for us to fund those, we need to stop requiring you to respond to those issues. That's a Band-Aid. That's not actually getting at the root cause. And so my hope is that in this conversation, we can be partners in that conversation, where you can say, hey, we need to solve those problems. And in that spirit, and my other colleagues have asked this of other departments, and so I would ask this question of you, whoever feels confident to answer, where can you reduce your budget? If you were to say, Councilor Lara, we know that we need to fund more youth programming, we know that we need to fund youth jobs, that is ultimately gonna make our job easier. Don't take it from here because we need it for X, Y, and Z, but we can give a little here. Anybody who would like to answer?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of special events out there that are driven by the city. They're not our special events. We're told to cover those special events.
Okay.
There's an immediate way you could reduce overtime in the budget is by reducing the number of special events that we have to cover.
There is a policy in the city that requires a certain amount of police officers for those kind of special events, that's correct?
They're required for public safety, and as well, you have to analyze, you know, each event is unique unto itself. Pedestrian and motor vehicle traffic have to be controlled. The crowd has to be controlled, and you have to look at any kind of threats, internal or external. But those special events are not generated by us. They're generated by the city. And in fact, the city is increasing the number of special events on us this year. They're adding more special events onto us at the same time as our manpower is decreasing. So I don't know how you get around overtime without reducing some of those special events. I think that's a huge part of the overtime. For example, the Boston Marathon, and I understand that's never going to go away. But that's a full call-out. That's every officer in the department. And you have events that people probably aren't aware of that routinely require 100, 150 officers for multiple days. It's not just one event. For example, Boston Calling. That's a 3-day event over Memorial Day weekend. It's going to take 30 officers a day. That's 90 officers. At the same time, you have the Red Sox. It's 20 to 25 officers a game. Saturday's a doubleheader. You have 40 to 50 officers committed to that. And we increase manning in the form of party or patrol cars to ensure that we're increasing our ability to ensure public safety during Memorial Day weekend.
I respectfully want to interrupt you because my time is going to run out and I want to see if anybody else wants to answer, but I take your answer into consideration. Thank you. I think that's incredibly helpful. Anybody else?
I think that Another area that you touched upon, the partnerships and some of the challenges and workload that we have to help our community. I mean, I've lived here all my life, I've lived in the city all my life, and I've observed and been a part of some of the good, the bad, and the different. But I think it's going to, the adage of it takes a village to raise a child, it's going to take, and children, it's going to take the same village to save our children.
Absolutely.
Right? And saying that it's going to be a full call out for everyone. Not only the parents, the grandparents, the uncles, the cousins, the local businesses, local, state, federal. This is a scenario pandemic that's nationwide. In a lot of the urban cities that have a disparity of neighborhoods, or different disparity of neighborhoods, and when no different. But again, partnerships is going to be the key of getting this task accomplished, and we all have to sit down and work together with this, and we can alleviate some of our responsibilities, then it'll be a trickle-down effect, and then that will be a reduction of responsibility, reduction of the use of officers and funding, but it may necessitate the transfer of that same funding to another partner.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's something we can work on.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is that I know that you know that these things need to be funded, and the money has to come from somewhere. And so I'd rather be a partner in figuring out where we put that than saying, hey, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. You know your job. You know where we can cut. You know where the fat needs to be removed and where we can put that somewhere. And you ultimately know that it's going to make your job easier, and that's going to make our communities safer. So thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to do a check-in because we are actually here with you all day, and it's the same group. So I'm hungry, and I function better when I eat. We're going to take Zaz's upstairs, 8th floor. It's delicious. Just a 20-minute, 30 tops. Let's eat and come back. Thank you. Meeting adjourned. Would you like to wrap up because you...
No, I just wanted to give them more than 20, 30 minutes to grab food. If we can give them a little bit more time than that, I think that would be...
45, good?
Round, or how was that working, Madam Chair?
No, when we come back, we can wrap this session, or we can take a break. It's the same people.
How long do you got? I think I could wrap this pretty quick.
I'm with you. I'm with you. We can just plow through this for 5 minutes. I'll give you 2. I need 2 minutes.
I need about 3. So I think
that's
we
5.
Two.
I'm 2.
Okay.
We can do quick.
Prepared for a 5-minute break.
All right.
Let's give them that then.
But we can come back in 5 minutes.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Wrap up this session and then take a break for lunch for the second session? Is that what I'm...
5 minutes break, come back, wrap up the session.
Yeah, so I think there's a little miscommunication. I guess through the chair, the question is if you guys can hang tight for 5 minutes, we'll be done this session. You guys can go to lunch, we'll come back to the next session.
We have to close the session so we could start the new one.
Okay.
All right, so if you guys can just bear with us for 5 minutes.
And then you get 45 minutes break. Okay.
Perfect.
All right, so, sorry, I lost the lineup. Who's next?
Me. No, thank you. Right.
All right.
Thank you, Madam
Councilor
Chair, and
Barry,
obviously
you have
for the
floor.
second session, if we could ask the police, and I think it's important to reiterate, the number of 911 calls and the number of the percentage that require a police presence. And again, at the end of the day, people don't want you till they need you, right? And that's kind of what the sense is that we have. And when we're blessed in Boston. When you call 911 as a resident and taxpayer within a relatively short period of time, blue lights, red lights, or orange lights are at your door. That's across the city. And I think our response times, probably compared to other cities our size or bigger, are much better. So I'd really like to get the percentage of calls that come in through 911 and that require Boston police presence. There could be a fire, but it requires you guys to block the traffic or to open up a lane of travel to get an ambulance in, et cetera. That's 1. 2, to Lisa, chiropractic services. Once again, I'm going to ask your department to help us put pressure on the city, and particularly those that make decisions on our health care, to add chiropractic services to the formulary, which will help return men and women on the job a lot faster than having to call their primary care to get a specialist to get x-rays and MRIs when they just need an adjustment and they could get back to work that afternoon. I think that will save us a lot of money. In the special events category, I think it should be noted that there's new protocols because of what happened in Wisconsin. We saw it with the South Boston St. Patrick's Day Parade, where every intersection now needs a heavy barrier, needs a vehicle, I think, or it has to be a certain tonnage is the new requirement. Every single intersection, that's going to probably be a game changer for our parades across the city and cultural events in an effort to promote public safety. And then from the Bureau of Professional Standards, which we're putting a lot of emphasis on lately, particularly with OPAT, we're seeing a pretty significant decrease, and that's a pretty small department to absorb that. I'd like maybe a resubmission that can increase funding in that area. And that's it for me, Madam Chair. So if anyone can take a stab at those, that'd be great.
I just received information. Annually, we receive about 650,000 911 calls up in operations at the call center. Over the summer, we're probably going to get over 60,000 calls during the summer for 911. And I'm working on monthly right now on an average.
Thank you, Lisa. Special events protocols with these barriers that now have to go in because of what happened in Wisconsin, is that adding to the costs associated with special events?
Yes, I mean, you're correct. On the outer perimeter, barrier trucks have to be at major intersections to prevent a vehicle from getting on the parade route. So you have to put an officer with that truck because that truck is only as good as an officer that controls that truck. So that's an additional manpower requirement. That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
And we've done that in the last couple of parades. And that was one of the reasons we shortened the St. Patrick's Day Parade, because we only had so many trucks we could put at so many intersections and so many police.
Man and staff.
So it does affect events going forward, yes.
Okay. And then the Bureau of Professional Standards, over the last couple of years, it's a $2 million hack. I think that thought must be given to, again, because we're putting pressure on the OPAT side of the house. Are we asking that department to do more with less, and/or can we increase that in a resubmission so that we can continue with the standards that are required?
Yes, sir. So for fiscal year, so 2016 to 2017, we had total 537 cases. 2017 to 2018, we had 650 cases. 2018 to 2019, 614 cases. 2019 to 2020, 592 cases. In 2020 to 2021, 440 cases. And currently for the fiscal year, we're at 410. We only have 10 sergeant detectives that do the investigation. Currently, we have 2 of them that are out, so we're only stuck at 8. We also have a backlog of cases, at least 100 that go back from 2017 back. And currently, right now, we have 400 cases from 2017 that still need to be finished to 2022.
I think the administration should consider maybe increasing that to give you the resources you need. And does any correlation to the body cameras have, because it looks like we're seeing a decrease in the complaints. Is that relative to the cameras and they speak for themselves, so we're seeing less of complaints coming from that interaction?
And Council Flaherty, was that
That's
your
it.
final questions in 5 minutes?
Got it, this is it.
Yeah, so we do get a lot of complaints in, and we are able to use the body cameras to kind of dispel some of those complaints that come in, so they're helpful in that manner. I don't have analysis of that particular measurement, but that's something that we can figure out.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you,
And then
Madam
we
Chair.
have to do, all of our cases, according to the post, have to be done within 1 year. And that's kind of difficult if each investigator has between 60 to 100 cases to do, and those cases rapidly come in every day. And even if they're minor cases, and we get a lot of cases that are from other police departments. So we get complaints from people saying, no, I was stopped in Boston, but they weren't stopped in Boston, but their complaints come to us. We still have to look at them to make sure they're not Boston police officers and then send those out. And then we get complaints just internationally from people who want to complain, because we have a complaint site that people can go to and complain. So we get, and those things we have to filter through. So that also costs time for the investigators to kind of look through that to make sure that there's no confusion on the part of the complainant when they file a complaint.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council Flaherty. Councilor Mejia?
Thank you, Chair. And I want to just note for the record, I think no one is over-policing your time. Are we, Ricardo? That's not what we're doing, right? We just want to uplift that. I think that because what we're talking about here is so important to the decisions that we're going to make, it's about allowing us time to really be able to answer the questions. And so for me, the alarm usually is triggering, right? And so I'm trying to just speed up. But you're doing such an amazing job in keeping us on track. So I just want to note that for the record in case you are wondering whether or not we are over-policing you or you're policing us. It's part of the process because you're trying to keep us moving. So, and...
You have 2 minutes.
I do, and I'm going to use my time the way I want. So to that, I'm going to just acknowledge, right, what I always tend to feel when I come into this space. And it is really about an opportunity that we have to lean into the discomfort that the chair was talking about in terms of racial disparities when it comes to our police force. And while I really do appreciate the efforts that are being made, it would be on Julia Mejia to not state that there needs to be so much more investment in the diversity, not just in the recruitment, but in the leadership, in terms of who is making decisions about how we police here in the city of Boston. And I think it is really important for us to underscore the investments that we need to make in the professional development, right? The investments that we need to make in terms of how we're training our police officers to be more culturally competent when they show up into the scene, to really look at people's nonverbal communication when we do ask questions and how our tone is being interpreted when we ask questions that we have the right to ask because we have to approve this budget. And I just also want to be really clear that I've gotten a lot of insight and intel from police officers of color about what it's like for them to be on your force and how difficult it is for them to show up and how damaging it is to their social and emotional well-being when they have been passed up for promotions that they have been rightfully and prepared to assume. So the work needs to happen, and I think the budget needs to reflect those investments a little bit more. And so I just want to name that, and I'm really encouraged that Nora is here. You know, I'm a big fan of your work and the work you've done in the community because I know that when you train in the police academy, that level of heart and hustle that you have for these streets is going to be a reflection of the new crop of officers that are come on. And I think that is really going to make a difference in terms of how we build relationships, trusting relationships in the city of Boston. And the last thing that I'll say, because I worked on the dirt bike situation, and our hope was to create a community-driven process where it's not vilifying the young people who were committing these heinous crimes as they've been characterized as. But we need to recognize that those folks need to be involved in those conversations, and that's part of community engagement. So I think if we're really serious about that work, we need to invest more in it. And that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia, for the compliment and for your time. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I'm trying to try and keep this to the 3 minutes that I said I was going to try and keep it to. I remember my first year looking at the police budget, and I actually requested the overtime numbers so that I could get a better idea of how much we are spending in just police overtime on policing mass and CAS, which has been sort of an ongoing issue for almost a decade now. What are the numbers? How much money are we actually spending just on police overtime, not on even regular responses, because we have had violent incidents there, we have had issues for them to respond to. What is the overtime cost just on mass and CAS?
Right now, year-to-date, as of April 29th, mass CAS hours are 57,784 hours, up 20% compared to last year. If I use the average hourly rate that we use for projection purposes, my cost as of April 29th, which is an average cost based on an average hourly rate, is $3.8 million. I'm predicting that we're probably going to hit 81,210 hours by the end of fiscal year 22 for a total
Which is
cost.
June. Which is June.
Yes, correct. For a total cost of $5.4 million. And
So,
I have the
and then what was
amounts
it
for
last year?
as well. If you
Yeah, what
need
was it
them.
last year?
Well, I don't have them on me, but I can provide them. But I know in comparison, we're up 20% this year as we were last year?
So here's why I said, and again, this is not even really about police. We're talking about a societal issue. I'm probably the only person, I think I am the only person on the council who's actually represented somebody legally who was on Mass and Cass. And we've put so much money into trying to police this issue and trying to get them through the court strips. This doesn't even include what it costs for the salary of the public defenders who get assigned to them, the salary of the judges, the prosecution, all of the money that we just continue to put into these addiction issues through this system. When we talk earlier about Kendra, Councilor Lara, essentially speaking to problems that are beyond your abilities, this to me is one of those. This is not something for the police to solve.
Okay,
And
well,
if you'll just let me finish, I'll let you go and tell me how you'll solve it in a second if that's where you want to go. But what I am saying is that money, and I recognize that there's a need for the overtime, but for me, when we have shortages on recovery beds, we have shortages on mental health beds, we have shortages on housing, I would love to see us try something different and see us try to actually direct that money towards those kinds of resources. And now I'm going to give you a chance to just say whatever it is that you want to say.
The last three administrations, we've been told, this is not an enforcement issue. This is a mental health, this is a public health issue. So our charter has been to go down and assist at the request of city agencies, non-city agencies, and Boston Public Health. That's why we're there. You seem to suggest that we're enforcing and locking people down there.
Oh, I'm not suggesting that.
All right, well.
So I'm just suggesting that we're paying $5 million to have you there.
At the request of the city?
Yeah, and I
Boston
want to be
Public
clear.
Health,
So yes,
and
so
other city agencies.
I don't know why there's so much defensiveness. I really don't. And I'm going to let you tell me why in a second so that we can clear that up. What I'm saying is the city has asked you, just to be clear, I don't think BPD is sitting in some room somewhere saying, you know what we really want to do is go stand at Mass and Cass and rack up overtime hours. You're being requested to be there, and I think there's actually been valid things there, whether it's the sex trafficking that we've seen or the homicides that we've seen or the stabbings that we've seen that require police response. So I'm not trying to lay this at your feet. What I'm saying is, to me, for the city, it is a failure that we are continuously spending millions of dollars to try and do this way. Okay. And it's not resulting in a different result. We're actually seeing more overtime. It's not about whether or not you're doing, and I want to be clear, I am not saying that you are doing something deficiently. I want to be very clear so that anybody watching this understands what I'm saying. I'm saying that the city needs to look at this in a different way. Because if we are continuously saying to you, because I think it is 3 administrations that have told you directly, not a crime issue, not a police issue, but we continue to put money and police resources into trying to address this issue, and we are not seeing any difference in response, we should be rededicating that money to alternative solutions, because I can't tell you how frustrating it is to have folks who are in jail cells, and not because you put them there. Just want to be clear. Obviously, they got there through arrest, but they got there usually because there was some other auxiliary or adjacent thing that happened, whether it was violent, whether it was some kind of disruptive property or something like that, not simply because they were addicted on the streets. What I'm saying is we don't have the resources right now for the aid part of that, for the rehabilitation centers, for the treatment centers, for the mental health facilities. That waiting list grows every day. And we don't have the actual ability to fund that, but we should be pivoting and not continuing to just spend money on trying to police something as we say we're not trying to police it. And again, that's not for you. That's because we're here speaking to the administration as well. And I want them to be clear that we're continuing to see increases in what we're asking you to do there, even as we tell you that we don't want you to be there. And so that's the problem I see. It's not a question about whether or not you have somehow done something incorrectly. That's not what I'm trying to say, and I want to be clear about that. So I'm happy to give you any time if you want to just make sure.
That's it.
Yeah.
My point is that we're requested to be down there.
Yep.
It's not our choice. We're fulfilling a charter that's been given to us.
And I believe that I've actually had officers who, I don't see them here, but officers who are working out there who are fully aware that this isn't, that they're trying to be part of a solution here in a real way that's community-oriented and getting folks into treatment. So I don't want to suggest in any way, shape, or form that somehow this is something that BPD is continuing to do. I think it's at the direction of administrations, all 3 of the administrations, and I'm trying to make it very clear where I want to see that money go, because I don't think we're spending it well when we do this. The last part I'll say is about investigations. We have pending investigations, and part of the issue is I get told all the time that because I say things like what I just said, that we should reallocate resources in ways that I believe are effective because the way we've done it isn't effective, that I'm anti-police in some way, shape, or form. And one of the issues that I get sort of splayed with all the time is that somehow I'm responsible for the reputation of the Boston Police Department and how the community reacts to you. And the reality is the indictments that we've had on overtime, Patrick Rose, these incidents are the ones that get brought up to me. Nobody's ever said to me, Ricardo, you know, Councilor Arroyo, you said this thing about police accountability, and so now I don't trust the police. They always cite something that is happening. And so what I would love to see is some closure on the investigations around January 6th, some closure on the court overtime investigation that was started about a year ago, some kind of thing there. And I want to be clear about this too for people watching. A lot of those indictments about overtime fraud were actually reported by you. Were actually investigated and reported to federal authorities by the Boston Police Department. So I want to be clear, however, that there's not a trust in the processes, and Patrick Rose is a perfect example of this. What faith, what do I tell folks? And this isn't a genuine question. What am I telling folks on the streets when they ask me, how do we have faith in the Boston Police's internal investigation process when somebody like Patrick Rose is allowed to be there for 20 years? How do we know that's not going to continue? By the way, not a Boston Police Department sole issue. We had this with Mission Hill Schools and BPS. And so what is the response that you would give to folks about what checks or balances or changes in the structure we have created so that someone like Patrick Rose, somebody accused of something like that, something that has come to the knowledge of the department, isn't able to continue to serve on the streets? How do we give folks that reassurance?
I think that we just have to work on improving our ability to be more accountable and more transparent. There are times when we have investigations, as you said, that the police department had discovered and made a prudent decision to forward that investigation to other prosecutorial agencies. At times, those agencies, we have to hold our investigation until they complete their investigation and before we can make decisions on whether to discipline to include separation from the department. So we have to do better with those type of processes, and we've been doing a lot better job. And some of those cases you mentioned were several years ago, and thankfully I don't believe they've kind of repeated themselves, and yet there's some cases that are more recent that we're trying to close out. So we're doing better.
And I just want to be clear, I'm very aware that it's not that Nora Baston does fantastic, phenomenal work. There's folks in the force doing phenomenal work every day. What I am trying to get to is, how do we help? How do I help you get the resources you need to deal with those internal investigations? Because to me, when I am calling and asking what's going on with this investigation, it's going 2 years, and I can't talk about it. We're not going to bring you any information on that. I can't talk about it. Cool, how can I help? What do you need from the city to better do the work that you need to hold folks accountable and to complete those investigations?
If we can...
And that's my final question. That's why I've asked this.
Okay, so I've been on the department for 34 years, and I've had some assignments with internal affairs since as far back as 1996. 2014 through 2019, I was both the Assistant Bureau Chief and Bureau Chief of Bureau of Professional Standards, to include internal affairs and anti-corruption. I think the most help or assistance, I should say, that bureau needs from the city is to increase the investigative power. They've been understaffed for decades, and my colleague here, Deputy Superintendent Doughton, had mentioned that the number of cases that come in annually, which is very similar to what I would experience. However, the one thing that she has continued to work hard on is reducing those old legacy cases that have been kicking around for several years. And one of the problems is that we've been understaffed, period, where we don't have the bandwidth to do that within 90 days. And now the Post Commission wants us to complete it in a year, which still may not be enough time. The policies where we have open positions that are held with people who are either out on administrative or medical leave for whatever reason, we can't fill those spots. We need bodies. If we don't have the bodies, we can't do the work. It's just that simple.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
if I can
Superintendent.
just say thank you to all of you. I've done this is my third year doing this. This is the most solid I've gotten with answers. I haven't had a single person say, let me get back to you. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you for that.
Thank you.
As discussed, we will adjourn this meeting and then return for our second hearing. You have 30 minutes, is that okay? Yes. Okay. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.